Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANS processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Mark Anderson, and I'm delighted to be your host today for the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English for October 17th, 2021. We're calling this the North American team. Perhaps we should take that word Corona out And I'll be joined today by Alex Skoric, who'll be doing a presentation, and many other knowledge seekers from around the planet that are adding their field strength and their presence to this meeting. And that's what we do. We do join meetings, sometimes even in other languages where we don't think we understand the language, but we're there to support, and we're there to just add field strength to the meeting. And many people need to see things in the matter state, but as we know, much of this is done in the plasma state. As Mr. Kesh says, he transfers knowledge through the fields, not always, well, that's what he said. He transfers knowledge through the fields, not through emails and telegrams. And that's what he's doing. He's reaching this planet as well as many in the universal community that hears the soul of him. So thank you all for joining today. I thought with the 402 and these beautiful, exciting systems that have been shown to us, and even more exciting ones next week, he said, it's just a fantastic position that the Kesh Foundation is in right now. And of course, not without a lot of headaches and a lot of other things that have gone on. And Mr. Kesh has worked through them all. And probably because he has experience doing this in many different parts of the universe. As he said, he's a well-known travel agent in the universe, bringing civilizations to join directly with the universal community. And that's where we're heading here. So it's a beautiful time and it's a beautiful position to be in. And so I want to welcome you all. Thank you very much for being present. Let's see, I'm just going to read a message here. Okay. Okay, Jalal, you'd like to bring a teaching today, you said? I know Alex asked for about 45 minutes. We can dedicate this time to you if you'd like to bring a teaching of some sort.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Hi, Mark. There is a private teaching from Mr. Cash. It's already in public domain. It is very important teaching since we are now heading to space and we are working with the hands and the thought. It is very beautiful teaching if we listen just a little bit from it, and then the public, they can listen it privately.
Oh, definitely. That's going to be one of my projects is since I drink coffee and pretty regularly, I'd like the coffee cup to come up to my lips rather than have me physically lift it. Is this what you're referring to?
Exactly.
So I think we'll put out that everyone can try this. And Jalal, please feel free to go ahead. I think
Okay.
it's beautifully working.
Thank you. Can you bring please the teaching of 103 knowledge seeker workshop?
Okay, give me a few minutes to do that, okay? And you
Yes.
can have the mic and 103 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Let me get it. And then we will go right into it if you'd like. But you have the floor, so go right ahead.
Yes, thank you. You remember, guys, in the last weeks, we brought the teaching of the hand, that you process it to achieve control of the thought and the emotion. So this is actually related to it. It's a part of the whole processing. And funny enough, this workshop is 7 hours. So it is not 1 hour, 2 hour of teaching. It's exactly 7 hours and 37 minutes of teaching. But Mr. Cash, because 100 was very important, so he was before one day he was teaching in the private teaching, so he decided to put that private teaching to the public because it's very important. So I would like you really to.
Where would you like me to go, Jalal?
Yes, 4 hour 45 minutes, or yeah, or 4 hour 44 and 30 seconds, please.
I'll start at 10.
Yeah.
Now, do you want to preface it anymore, or would you like me to just to play it right now?
No, you can play it. It is really for the public. Now you will see how the teaching in the private it is. What is going there, and how Mr. Cash teach.
Now,
And
that's very strange. Did you hear me? When I said what minute do you want to go on?
yes, for our 44.
Yeah, I have
and
it, but I thought maybe my mic wasn't open and you didn't hear me, and all of a sudden it said the host muted me. So I don't know how these things happen, but we're here, and I'll start playing it. Are you ready?
Okay. Yeah, of course. So have a beautiful journey with this teaching.
Is there an ending, or do you want to just ask me to stop it?
Yeah, if you go 1 hour, that will be very beautiful. But in the after about 3-4 minutes, he will stop for 1 minute. You will not hear anything. Just let it go. Don't stop it.
Okay. Okay.
So if you go 1 hour, yes. Oh my God, there is a lot in it. There is a lot in it.
Well, I
And
think Alex is going to come in.
it is works exactly with this level of understanding, and what is now Mr. Cash is bringing out is
Mhm.
work very beautiful with it.
It connects directly.
Exactly.
I'm fine with everything there, Mark.
Yes,
Okay,
we know,
you got
Alex.
an extra hour.
Yeah, we know, Alex. We know. we are already connected, as Mr. Cash now teaches us how the language of the space.
And again, go ahead, Alex.
I was just going to say there's no I in team. So Jalal and I are a team.
Exactly.
Right. And while you're listening to this, and I haven't seen this in a while, if I've seen it, I've seen some of it. But anyway, try to absorb through the fields or through the soul, rather than look at the blackboard in the drawing so much, or try to conceptualize the whole idea of what's going on here. And we know we can do that if we can transfer energy, if we can transfer energy as food, if we can.
Let me put it like this. Let me put it like this.
We can transfer knowledge as well through the fields.
Exactly. And we can't control that. Look, we use our hand to catch things, but now we use our hand to catch things without touching them. It's the same thing. When you use, you close your eyes to see things, or you close your mouth to talk, or you close your ears to hear. It's exactly the same method. Exactly the same thing, but it needs training. We have it. If you just don't speak for 3 days, don't speak anything for 3 days, you achieve a higher position of communication. It is a reality, and a lot, and this is written in the books of the religion. So you used to use all these things as a matter state, but now you are working with the ganses, you are working with the plasma, and you see the effect of the fields. So why don't you exactly do the same thing?
And this question always comes up: what if I only have one hand and my other hand was cut off in an accident, or I don't have either hand? What happens then? Does that mean I won't be able to do this? Or do we move it to a higher level?
It's always must you do it for a higher level. Why should you die to use your soul to travel and go on there? Why don't you do it now? Why don't you cut your hand to use the field of the hand? Why you go to be blind to see beyond the eyes? It is like this. But now come a teacher and teach you that. Go ahead, please.
Play
Mhm.
and add the back end of the 3-year course. Stanley has it in his recording to add to it. Please listen. This actually gives you an insight how we teach in the final courses. We learn from each other, and it's an open table. It's not a lecture that you have to listen and copy. It's adding to the knowledge. This is how we teach. This is how it's taught. And most of the people you see or you hear, they're with the teachers of the future of the foundation in their own nationalities and countries. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this teaching, and it's the first time we have opened part of our private teachings into the public. And I hope it'll be as the same we'll try to do when the sensitive teaching is done, that affects the whole population of humanity on this planet in respect to universal community. Thank you very much, Rick. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. I'll let people know that there'll be just portions of this. There'll be a plain whiteboard until things get put on the whiteboard later, but that's the way the conversation went. So I'll just start playing it. I'll do a screen share and we'll play that now.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
You're welcome. This is the teaching of the Wednesday, the 2nd. Anyway, we're talking about the emotion. Does the emotion comes out of our amino acid, or does the emotion comes from the interaction of our amino acid? Do we need to standardize emotions? Or whether I feel pain, you feel as joy, another creature in the universe sees it as a threat, and another creature you see as a funny thing happening. Are we all watching the same thing, but in fact, with the perception of what we think, it means that thing to according to our culture? It's very interesting. Now, I'll give you an example. Then you have to understand it. We were sitting with friends, and I looked at the table, and he was saying he was in Africa. He went to Kenya, and he said, "This is what we see. This is what is seen." And then we were expecting emotion, how we react to it. In the certain tribe of African tribe, when they want to greet you, and when the important man sits in front of them, as important as a chief, or chief respects him to be their guest, they give the chief something like milk. And he plays with the milk in his mouth and he spits it back on the face of the guest. And everybody cheers that the chief has respected the guest so highly. And so now it's the same thing as emotions. The man who watches as a man, as a spectator watching the scene, if you're African from the tribe, you rejoice. If you are European and you are, let's say, Asian and the Chinese, you get horribly sick with it, because now you see something which is not in fact acceptable to our condition, and then you have to put your position in a position of the chief who spat on the guy, and then you have to put yourself to be the guy who received the spitting and show the emotion. Even if it's anger inside you, she will say thank you very much for spitting at me. We all watching the same scene. We all are witnesses in different angle to the same event. The tribesmen are happy that the chief has accepted the guest and they're rejoicing. The Europeans sitting there going horrified, the boss being spit at, or the president, or whoever it is. The chief who is rejoicing in tradition that he can accept a man equal to him that spits on him, and then the man who actually receives the spit and he has to clean his face and don't move. Don't, if you clean your face, it's an insult. Now put yourself in the middle and try to understand the emotion. But it's the same story. If you are part of it, it's okay. This is what it is. We have to accept. If you're not part of it, if you don't understand it, if you're on the receiving side, you clap, and the one who got his pattern can, just literally give you a fist. But he sits there and expect. What boils inside him? Is it anger? Is it fear? Would the chief, if would not say thank you, in the brain you could feel it, to say, I can see him getting angry at me, but he's got to sit there. Would it create a war? Would it create a conflict, or would it bring you joy? Now, this is the language of the universe. This is the emotion of the universe. Make the chief a man from planet Zeus. Make the people from the tribe man from planet God knows whatever, Neptune or whatever, and the audience from another continent, but part of the universe, and the receiver of a part of it. Would we start a war? Or would we hide our emotion? That it's okay, I accept it, and there is no war. There is no conflict. I accept what it is. And now you try to put all these four emotions in a very simple way in the layers of your brain to the same event. Or can you separate the one which is the emotion of fear in line with the emotion of joy and the giving and maybe laughter? As we said, fear is the one which brings control. It means I'm going to hold on to, it's the heaviest. Joy, happy, giving is the outer, is your magnetical. This is a very strange, very easy way to assess the same situation. Many of you have to learn which sits where, and you have to be correct with it. That if you are fear of the situation you're in, you're afraid of it, can you still show I'm happy? But mean that I don't see your physicality, I feel the fear, but I see something else moving on the top. So this means the guy doesn't like it, but he still shows good that is acceptable. I don't see your face, I have no eyes, but I can feel your emotions. What do you see? It's the same story. How do we separate it? And then make yourself blind that you don't see nothing but feeling the emotion. I think I always said the people will be one of the best people to be the people of space, because they have already developed and separated their emotion. They're aware of it, They are more or less in charge of it, because maybe at the beginning of finding out and being blind, if they would have touched a step too far as falling, they would have cringed and they would have been fearful of falling. But now they've fallen so many times and they miss so many times, oh, this is another one. So, do we become blind to the sight in the space and we start feeling the emotion? And if we get to that stage, and let's say they bring us back on Earth, and we can pass a tree and see, or pass a plant, feel the emotion of plant, I'm sure it's going to eat me. I'm sure it's going to eat me. I'm going to be part of his energy. I'm not there. Then would you see that energy? Would you feel that emotion of the plant not to want to be separated, to be killed? These are parts of understanding. I dig into different pieces to bring different emotions. And then you have to understand where, in respect to you, that emotion comes from. And then if you can do it, you want to land, you come more towards the fear. If you want to fly, you go towards the joy. And if you really want to go zappy, you're going to go into the childhood one, which means either what I like, what I call the zone of ignorance. If you can do this, what we call non-verbal communication, universal language, will start appearing to you as a second nature. As I said in the teaching yesterday, if you stick to the inertial side, you play the inertial game. If you play the universal game, you play the plasma game. But how do you control emotion? How do you control different levels of emotion? I want to go faster, I get rid of the fear, but I add to the joy, increase, so very free. You can go faster, you can go as fast as you like. Any questions before I lose you again?
You mentioned the what do you call it? The place of ignorance. That's the place. That's the bottom black line beyond fear. Is that the idea?
In a way, when you become ignorant, you connect all the feelings together. When you become ignorant, means nothing matters, so the emotion of the fear, happy, joy, whatever, is all there. This is short circuit. I don't care if I'm happy, I don't care if I'm sad, if I'm afraid, I'm joyful, I'm fearful, I am lovable, whatever. It's a shortcut, it's all the same, doesn't matter, you connect all of them together.
Okay, and the idea that you're putting forth is to make the separations, to deliberately create the separations in order to have the interaction of the fields, in order to create certain effects, let's say.
Yes, I was talking to Caroline, we met we meet a lot of different people in our life. And we were discussing it actually this morning about it. If you understand, your body talks, your body radiates a non-verbal communication.
Just a 1 minute gap here. Be patient.
Try to imagine.
Say again.
I said, try to imagine what is there in that empty space.
What I was explaining just now is that your meter, then you decide how and what's going to be strong. If it's going to be towards gravitational end, you're going to sink this way towards the fear, or you're going to go towards the joy and happiness and giving, which is your magnetic one. Your body creates reaction, physical reaction in respect to your emotion. What I was explaining just now is that talking, we met a couple recently that after years of having boys, they had a girl. And we thought that's very cute. But she said we planned it and we got what we wanted. It was well planned. We asked, did you use this? No, we went to America, it didn't work. Did you do that? No, it didn't work. Was it selective genes? No, you can do it naturally. The conversation finished, and then later on, sometimes after, I asked Caroline, did you explain to you how she could have a daughter? Oh, she said, yes, it's naturally done. And explain what I don't know. Oh, she says, the woman explained that certain part of your cycle, your temperature goes high. And 3 days before that, if you find out, if you conceive, it's going to be 100% or more chances of a daughter. And it's very interesting. You just listen to it. So, oh, now I know what I want to do. I'm going to have a daughter. But I wasn't talking about this. I was talking about that few degrees of change in temperature. Is that the emotion that I'm getting ready to reproduce? That if you can create such emotion on a regular basis that it creates a higher temperature in your body, it means you are radiating a lot of things. You're literally a scent box for the ones who are looking for temperature. And in so many ways, if you think of it, the emotion has found a verbal language for itself. So, we have, if we can measure that emotion of the reproduction with a thermometer, oh boys, what have we missed in the culture of man's cycle of understanding of his emotion and his condition and his literally not only emotion, but his own motion. How did we find out? How come we know about it, but in a specific positions, but we don't know enough about it to create the condition in different layers, in different part of the body, that we can lift ourselves? Can we produce the energy that we don't even need to walk? Would we go to the point that if we walk, it'll be just for pleasure? I'm going for a walk to use my feet. I haven't used them for 20 years. I want to know if they're still there moving. We know all the tricks of the life. We know if we can measure with a few tenth of degrees change of temperature, we can guess when the boys are ready for play, that will release an egg. But you ask yourself another question. There's a further extension to this story, how you can have a daughter. The human race, the human body has become perfect at it. If you measure the emotion of yourself in respect to the environment you're in respect to the people who are in charge of the environment you are in charge of, would you be able to produce what you want? Any other question? Any question?
Mr. Kesh, this is Eisen here.
Oh, welcome back. We haven't seen you for a long time.
Thank you. I just went to warmer climates there for a couple weeks.
Did you forget the suitcase?
uh,
You could have jumped in, huh?
yeah, I just brought shorts along. Yeah, got a lot of
Are
mosquito
you
bites.
still on holidays, or have you come back on the holiday from the holidays? You're still on holidays?
If I'm teaching this Friday, if that's what you mean.
No, I just wondered. You just came back. You know, if you just.
Yeah.
How is the emotion of holiday?
Well,
Does
it depends what. Yeah, it depends what one chooses as a holiday. Some like just being on a beach or whatever, but some like actually doing some research while they're doing it. So, yeah, I just went to meet some friends that I hadn't seen for 8 years. So to do with human behavior and whatnot. So it's nice to go into different cultures. Put it that way. It's very enlightening. Anyways, one of my question you mentioned regarding that emotion can have inertia, and I'd never thought of that before. And so, does that mean fear has more inertia than joy? Is that can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Joy comes. Okay, inertia. What is inertia? Once joy comes, is it easier for it to disappear than when fear comes? Is fear harder to disappear? Would that be part of inertia? Once it's there, it has a tendency not to go away. or is it the intensity of the emotion that creates a stronger inertia? There's also, I mean, for me, I, you know how we have this term called funny bone? You hit my funny bone. Because there's apparently a bone in the body that's funny, or when you hit it, it becomes an emotion. So, where was I going with that? And there's something to do with how one can change the emotion real quickly, number one. But when the emotion's there, how easy it is to switch emotions. I would call that inertia. Would that be a correct use of the term? Yeah. I guess for a few years I was meditating quite a few hours a day. So in that, I considered it some of it mind training, where I could hold an emotion regardless of any outside circumstances. And it was a really good training, actually. Very good training. So in that way, I would consider meditation, for me anyways, it was quite valuable in, I wouldn't call it controlling emotion, I guess it is, but navigating emotion with a control panel, or so that the emotion is in charge of my control panel.
So how does inertia work into what you're just saying now then?
It's inertia, I guess, could work either way. If I'm in the joy realm, I can, to me, inertia is, it has a tendency to stay there, regardless of whatever else happens. So there's inertia there. So the joy keeps going regardless of a quick change in circumstance or whatever.
So did you change it due to your attention on it and so on, or what changed due to where was the inertia there? Does the emotion have the inertia, or is it our attention, our identification with that emotion that gets stuck on it in a way with that inertia?
Actually, that's a really good question. Actually, I found how to operate out of the higher field strength, if I can put it that way. So therefore, it's higher field strength than emotional. So therefore, it's a lot easier to switch emotions at will. So the higher field strength is always in the center. So in the center of, say, the donut, if we look at the soul, if you want to put a physical shape to the soul structure, if it was a donut, and also then corresponding the physical representation of an emotional center in our brain, I would see that also as a donut, or would that be a torus? A donut, a dynamic donut, hole in the center. The hole, I can viscerally feel the hole. So if I put my will, I'm willing to be in that higher field strength. That's part of it. It's the willingness to be there, because it's much more intense the intensity is strong. So it's getting used to intensity, the field strength. But when while you can never get used to it, it's always can always know that it's a higher field strength, not the lower one. But anyways, when in that higher field strength, it's almost like a tunneling. Mr. Kish called it a tunneling, or there's almost like a fiber optic cable in there that can be accessed. Maybe that's not the right way to put it, but it's funny. A funny way to put it. So there's things on even like what I'm getting back to. I'm going all over the place here, but the funny bone. We have a word in our language called the funny bone, and sometimes I say to my partner, "You hit my funny bone," because she did something she didn't think was funny, but I totally thought it was very funny. Can my funny bone operate all the time? If so, then I have control over my funny bone. Therefore, I just have to find the other bones for my fear bone and the other bones of joy. I don't know. I'm just rambling here. If it makes sense, I don't know, but it makes sense to me.
Hey, Zeisen, this is Denny.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. I haven't heard your voice for a while.
Yeah, you've been out having fun. So, one of the things I'm thinking about is just how easy can I make this? I mean, so if it's so easy that I'm overlooking the easiness of it, because it's been ingrained in me to work things out and make them difficult. Just how easy can I make this is a question that, and I guess part of the easiness is just allow it to happen, let it ooze out of me, and let these things just take place like some kind of a body function, a bodily function.
But one doesn't have to be ignorant, though, as being able to sense that. So it must be a sense that we can develop.
It could be very well. It's just like I feel like I have to go to the bathroom. I sense that.
That's what's always intrigued me as guys. I don't know what it is for women, but if I'm around a waterfall, or even if I turn the tap on, suddenly I've got to empty my bladder, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, I used that trick on my grandson.
Yeah, exactly. So, so right there, what is that? I every time it happens, I'm always surprised. What is that?
Well, that's an emotional strength that just happens that quickly and that easily. So, in other words, there's got to be little tells that'll get us this aware of the differences in our strength. Now, we were talking about the emotional center, and you were trying to put a torus and a torus and or a donut. Well, and we do know the I can't even think of those the two halves of the centers. There's two halves. There's the you can tell me because I can't think of it right now. But they're the emotional centers.
Two halves of the brain, you mean, or what?
No, the two halves of that the thalamus, the thalmi, so then you have a strength from one thalmi to the other thalmi, and so that's what will give you the ease in it happening. And so if you can, just like you can sense that you're going to make your left bicep bulge or your right bicep bulge, you should be able to do something similar with the thalmi. Some easy little trick that you know where, and it although it's a motion. And now I'm going to step out for a minute so that I can give a chance to think on this, and I'll let you go back to your thinking. But the thing that I wanted to impress upon ourselves is how easy it just might be.
Thank you for that. That's if I can carry on here for a bit. I would say it's the development of the will and the willingness to go there. Those were very paramount in my self-training in my meditation. So I think that's a very like we have very strong wills, stronger than our physicality, stronger than our emotion. So where does that will reside? I'm not sure about that, but what I do know is it's a high field strength. If one brings the high field strength to it, if that makes sense.
So it seems like you're talking about what we could say a voluntary, you're voluntarizing or making it something conscious, which may not have been voluntary and conscious beforehand in a way. Like, where does that willingness and that will come from? It's probably not from the physicality, because the physicality sort of normally runs the show, or has its needs and wants and so on, so it needs to be fed in its own way. But I think that voluntary, that willingness comes from a different place, from, let's say, essence or spiritual place. And when that gets activated, it's much stronger. It's from the principality strength rather than something that's more illusionary from the edges of the creation, let's say. So it seems like voluntariness, or like reinitiating one's will from moment to moment even, is important in order to bring everything into the present and into the voluntary and into the conscious realm.
Yes, I love that, Rick. Reinitiating one's will. That's totally explains it. That's brilliant.
And it has to be on a moment-to-moment basis. Otherwise, it was something in the past which is not relevant in the moment. In other words, something that was initiated in the past does not necessarily carry through from moment to moment if you get into that moment-to-moment space, which has to be actually recreated from moment to moment. And therefore, that's one of the jobs of being a creator, is trying to keep remembering that willingness and remembering all your parts from moment to moment, because it's a moment-to-moment job.
It could act like a reflex. It could act like a reflex.
The funny bone
Yep.
is a reflex.
Well, you guys,
Initiating one's will, maybe that's how one can overcome inertia. And I see the inertia as being the could be called the pre-programmed matrix that we agree to. So it runs on automatic.
Sorry,
Mhm.
guys.
Okay, go ahead.
This is Stefano. Hi. I think because some night ago I was talking about this with a friend of mine, and we understood maybe one thing very simple, which is I put you a little bit physical, but um, if I do like this, you recognize this is a clapping of the hands, right? While if I whistle like this, you recognize it is a whistle.
Yeah, but
Okay.
how do you whistle?
Okay, this is because with our brain we manage to recognize, collect the data, and compare the different things. You can even distinguish with your eyes a pen from a fork or a spoon. This is because we collected the data, we compare between the data what was what, and we define that that particular thing is this. Okay.
Yes, but okay.
This is
But let's say,
this. Sorry, Mr. Cash. Go ahead, please.
put it this way: what is a spoon to you? It might be a fork to me.
Yeah, yes, but
But
what I was going.
let's take it a step further. Let's
Okay.
let's take it a step further. You have to remember, and I touched it yesterday. The biggest radar to judge an information is your skin. The skin of the face detects different things. The skin of a hand detects different emotion. The skin of the foot has different emotion. We don't feel exactly the same, our own skin to be everywhere the same. Do we use our right hand for emotion of the laughter? And we measure our fear with the tip of our fingers on the left side, because it's your gravitational, it's the side you take energy in. Do we go into the point of understanding from our skin our emotion? Then would it be the same or easier way to understand this is what it is? This is how I show. This is why I started this discussion. Would we become blind and only see how the interaction of the motion with the physical structure creates what color on the skin? That we recognize this is fear, this is joy. Do we extend the knowledge to understanding of what we receive from our skin? If I receive this field from such an entity and I absorb it, it's like a wind. I know it's a cold wind, is a fear wind, is it what? Try to look at all the angles of what it is and how till you get to the point inside you that you can recognize it directly in the brain. Do we go to the point of releasing an energy and seeing what other people feel. Keep your face very straight and send a message of I love you, which is the joy of giving. I'm not expecting any back. See if they all raise their head and smile at you. Or you see somebody frown at you, I love somebody else, I don't need yours. Remember in the teaching last term, we spoke about with your thoughts moving things. Now sit in front of each other, sit in front of a bird, sit in front of a dog, sit in front of your child, and try to find out, I want to tickle you. I want to reach and touch you, but don't do it, just see if the person fringes, just juggles up or the dog moves a step further, I don't want to be touched. Or you can tell your child, just come to me, I love you. No word, it's just a feeling of, I want to receive something that I can give you. And you see the child comes to you. This is how you're going to control your reactors. This is why we speak about this. That's why it's part of the teaching. Because now your antenna is your brain and you decide, I want to go left, it's a bit too much, I want to see uncle on that planet, so that's where I want to go. But is that uncle on the planet waiting for you? Or you have received, uncle wants to see you and you go. Man in a space will be so busy traveling that doesn't know even what time of the day it is. What do we read in the signature of our fields and emotions? You see, I don't teach you this is the line, this is what the emotion is. I leave it open to you because that emotion can be different between all of you, but you all feel the same. I stay silent. It's nice when I stay silent, I listen to all of you the way you think.
In fact, I think that, I think that the main job would be to recognize inside ourselves by our own in the exact moment where we find an emotion, to recognize it and compare it with another, and so we can build up a lot of data of ourselves inside ourselves, and then after this we can even recognize the same thing even outside ourselves. So it's like recognizing a fork from a spoon, but because you know the exact I don't know if I can tell about the shape inside ourselves of that emotion, then we even recognize it if it is around us in any other person. At least I am collecting I'm building up my database of emotions in this way. Just uh, paying attention at my feeling the moment when I feel it, and then comparing it with the other which I had, and even in trying to put that feelings out in a proper manner for an outcome I would like to have in the surrounding, let's say.
And about that, we talked about the way you greet everyone in the online teachings here. Every time you come in, you enthusiastically say, you know, hello, or either
Yeah, I think
publicly or in the chat.
that is
You
a
can
good
stop there,
base.
Mark.
In, Actually, I think the good
That teaching is continue, and there is a lot of information and practicing. It is go on for about 2 hours more. So I highly advise you to see it. It is in public teaching, as you see here, 103. And this is there will be another section from the same day, the last part of the PM teaching. He put it also there. If you have time, just go and listen to it. It will add a lot to your work. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Jalal. And as we know, the emotions are responsible for so many things, especially in the area of health and other things, where we can create matters out of fields, and emotions are fields. So thank you for bringing this up. And I'm going to be practicing lifting the coffee cup with the emotions, and many of you should try the same. I think is that one in the 134th, Jalal? Knowledge Seekers Workshop?
Yes.
Yes, so if you go there, you can start to learn some of the technique. And Mr. Kesh uses this technique even with people that can't move their fingers or their hands or so on. And it's just pulsing. And then on the third time, you actually move the finger maybe a little bit or something else. But yes, this technique of repeatedly trying to do that, and then over time, and we discussed this a little bit in just the meeting we were in earlier today. I was referring to Ingo Swan, and he used to create a blue flame in front of him, and then he would know when he created that he was ready to do some remote viewing, as I understand it. I've tried that many times. I wasn't able to do. I'm going to work on the coffee cup or any cup, actually. And just to hear it lift off the table.
No, you done it. You done it. No. You done it.
Okay.
But you want to see it in that color.
Well, yeah, because we're so physical, right?
Exactly.
Right. No, I've used my emotions for many years in achieving things, not so much in the using the physicality. And it's just, to me, it's a constant pulsing. And Mr. Kesh said, if you want to go to a higher level than the hands, you would use both parts of your brain, the left and the right, and to create this potential difference and to start emanating a field between those two. And I think that's what I've done more, even though I didn't really know what I was doing. I was just thinking I was doing it more with my will, but I know something was going out and leaving, and many times things did happen. But I didn't know about asking permission of the souls, if this is the right thing, if all the souls are in agreement. So there's much more to it, but yet he said there's many more emotions, like the periodic table. Once we start discovering elements that are already there, that periodic table will go to 3 digits or perhaps 4 digits, he said. Not that we've discovered something, but that we found something that was already there. And of course, like Columbus, he discovered America, or so they say, even though the Egyptians were here way before Columbus, but he thought he discovered something. So I think the emotions are in the same track, that there's many, many, many emotions that we're yet to learn how to play with.
But you see, Mark, in the beginning of this session, how Mr. Cash bring out the emotions, which is actually you need to fly.
Well, not if you get into the flight enhancement unit.
You can't fly with your physicality.
Yeah, I think you'll just ask. And again, these controls, I didn't see a control panel in there. And I think he alluded to the idea that you didn't need any training to actually use these things because it's going to be connected directly to you. And many of us, he said, will have these within the next couple of years or maybe sooner. Many of the knowledge seekers will be having these units there, probably to serve the planet and to go out into space. And the idea I like, and I liked with the airlines as well, is that you'll be being processed. Apparently, it's very important for us to go through some processing where we can bring this conflict that's between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man together. And I think he said that we'd create perfect citizens this way, or citizens that can be perfect here on this planet, as well as in the universal community. So the processing that goes on, it's not only for travel, it's actually processing you. Anyone want to bring any thoughts here? I want to thank you, Jalal, for bringing this and making it aware. And in every teaching, again, we can unravel these or unwind them for quite a long time. And the more knowledge you absorb, I think the more these teachings, you take different things from them. Even if it's a week away or a year away, you can read, or same with the books. You go through them again and again, book 1, 2, and 3, and you're going to pick up many different things depending on your level of understanding, and that should be increasing.
There is no anger in it. Anger is speed. It is a fear and joy and love.
Mm-hmm.
The anger, it is part, when you give it more energy, but first you need to create it, then you can give it energy.
Very well.
This is regarding the Dan.
Yes, and again, we're just learning a little fraction of the knowledge of the universe, and Mr. Kesh has just begun to teach us. And I do easily admit I don't. My soul has a double PhD. All of our souls have it, but it's this physicality that seems to be bucking the system, so to speak, and for some reason doesn't want to get closer to the soul of the man. And we're all facing that. And that's why this processing is so important, because we're going to come into this agreement between the two souls that they have an uneasy working relationship now, but we're going to make it through this processing much easier to work together. So thank you for bringing this to our attention. Is there anything you'd like to add, Jalal? Or anyone?
Me add? No. No, thank you, Mom.
Okay.
Hello, it's Salomea.
Yes, Salamia.
I would like to...
I know you are coming. I know you are jumping the first one.
Yes.
I know.
Yes. I would like to clarify together with all of you about the nature of our soul. Is gravitational, is magnetical, is combined gravitational and magnetical. And why so these positive emotions are magnetical? Because we give to other people joy and happiness. We make them to be joyful and happiness and so on. And when we have fear, we are gravitational. Did I understand well? Can somebody clarify and we can discuss? What do you think, Jalal?
Yes, when look to your body. When you have fear, you go in with your body. That means you are going gravitational. When you are happy, you open up, or joyful, you open up. That means you go magnetical. Only by this physicality, you understand what actually your emotion is. So when you use that in whatever you think, you will achieve by magnetical or by gravitational. Use them as, you know, as a tools, not as it is emotion there and finish. No, now because they are there, they are created by you, by your soul, as you said. So it is a reactors, and as Dan say, it's the anger is a trigger, and as he said last time, the match, which is light the candle, you do not need it all the time. You just light the candle and finish. You stop it. So it's the same thing. You use your joyful to go magnetical, or you use the fear and you go gravitational.
I like
So
the story. Go ahead, Joel.
that's okay. But you know, you see here, he didn't use the needs, he didn't use the sadness, he didn't use all of these, you know, this all, it's like, you know, it is stealing from yourself. But I fear this is normal, we have it all. It is you know, you are a rich man or you are a poor man, you have it. And the joy and the happiness, if you are a rich man or you are a poor man, whatever condition this physicality have the two. It's not related to education, it's not related to position, it's not related to whatever environment. This is coming with the man himself. So try to use them, because this is the common in the whole universe. You know, as we say, the amino acid, it's common because it's created here, created whatever. But the others, which is related to the environment, you do not need them. So take them out. You can use the fear, you can use the happiness, joyful, love, and you can also use the need. The need here, when you ask, you shall receive. So I hope I answered the question in a way.
Yes, you answer. So when we are happy, we give everything from our soul. So it's magnetical, going. And if somebody sent to us and is coming back, sometimes it's something very heavy and go directly to our soul. It's coming to us. And we give positive emotion, but we can also receive positive emotion.
Definitely. I was thinking of the story Mr. Kesh told. A knowledge seeker was asking him, I think it was in the Eastern Orthodox Christianity there. And the priest does some sort of procession with candles, and they're not lit. And he starts walking and walking, and all of a sudden the candles light. And the gentleman was asking Mr. Kesh, what's going on here? And Mr. Kesh says he lit the candles with his emotion. This is not a trick. He's lighting the candle with his emotion, but he's not sharing that with the congregation or the parishioners or the people in the church, leaving it to their imagination, thinking the Holy Spirit or God lit the candles. So even though he's using his emotions to light the candle, he's actually deceiving the people by not telling them exactly what's going on here. So your emotions are very, very, very powerful. And as we know, with diseases and other things, you start a seed with that emotion, and it doesn't happen instantaneously many times, but over time you develop a debilitating illness because of those emotions. And that's one of the things that are going to be processed and balanced and many of these systems, because it seems we don't actually know the full scope of these emotions. But it's nice to play, as Mr. Kesh said. You know, you can send the fields to someone and see how they respond. And this is another form of practice. Whether it your daughter or your son or your wife or even coworkers or anywhere you'd like to use them, even with strangers. And he's also shared with us about, you know, giving to a beggar $1 or a coin, and or walking away and just elevating that person with your own emotions.
Can I jump here just 1 second?
Of course.
If you really if you really decipher what is in front of you, it is the 4 basic of the amino acid. It's created with you. That means the fear is created with you. The joy and happiness and love is created with you. When we have the amino acid, we have the hydrogen, and this is the heaviest of them. He is the gravitational. He's the puller, because he's, in a way, he's the heaviest because he gives too much and he take more. That means he is gravitational more. So, and the other, which they are givers the basic of this star formation. So any other emotions, what you call it emotions, you do not need them, because it is environmental emotions. Judging, also environmental. Sadness, environmental. All this grief is environmental. You do not need them, although they are exist. When you are controlling the basic of these emotions, what you have, and try to, you know, distinguish and feel where the position. I brought it so many times in the private teaching, and I don't know if I brought it in the public. When you are working with the hands, try to feel it. Where is it positioned in the skull of the head? Then you can, from there, you can really interact with the position. Where is it in your brain? It's the same thing when you work with these emotions, you know, trying to see without eyes, or trying to talk without your tongue, trying to hear without your ears. You will feel it inside you. Where is the position of it? And when you see it, in a way, see it, when you feel it, and when you know where is it, then you can control it. Then now you are separating them, separating the layers, where and how you want to interact, which one with which one. You see the red line here, the gravitational, it can interact with any line of the top, and each of them have different interaction. This is the magra. It's the same thing, the same knowledge. But because we didn't go further in the magra, so we do not really experience the level of the fields in it. That's why we are going back to the, not the beginning, to the end of all this processing, and we go with the physicality of the mind. At least we have something in our heart until we learn how to do the magraphs and we see the interaction, and then we go from 0 point. If there is interaction in this magraph and it is matter state, why do not I have it in my body? And then we start again with the body. So both reactors, they are working. If it's physicality, your physicality, or magraph. Okay, wish you best. Thank you.
Hey, Alex, we've been keeping you waiting for a bit. I think we'll do the Peace Dome near the end. It was a little different today. So if you're ready, I think you can come in here unless someone else wanted to add something else. And this is nice to hear these interactions, even if you have a different opinion. This different imbalances actually starts the creation process. So if you see things differently, and as Mr. Kesh said, what looks like a fork to you may look like I may see it as a spoon. So that doesn't mean either one is wrong. The same with the color red. Everyone sees a different shade and everyone interprets the color red slightly differently. So if you have a different take on this, please feel free to bring it up. This imbalance is not a bad thing. Alex, I see your mic is open and now we see your screen. Thank you for joining us. I should have started with the disclaimer, but I played it after the universal unit. Alex, if you'd like me to, I can play it before
Okay,
you
I would
go into.
appreciate that, please. Thank
No
you.
problem.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now we want to thank Alex Skoric for coming in today and providing a second teaching, let's say. And we know that in many of these workshops, you can go through them for years and years and years. And I'm hoping this processing that we're about to experience through some of these units will bring us into a position where we can understand, grasp, and use this as perfect citizens. So Alex, what did you have in mind? Is it in sync with what we were talking today? Sometimes I've noticed many times, even though we're not communicating, through emails or telegrams, the teachings seem to dovetail quite nicely. So, and as I said earlier, you're gonna, even though you're not allowed, you're saying on the public transport, I have a strong sense that you're going to be receiving something much, much better, and you'll be very well pleased, as well as many knowledge seekers are going to experience this. So fear not. Okay, we do see your screen. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Mark. It was a beautiful start to the meeting. And thank you, Jalal and all the other participants for making this another beautiful Sunday afternoon in North America. So I want to welcome everybody to the North American Corona team meeting. And
Alex, do you think we should take that Corona out of there or no?
No, I don't think so, because
no? Okay.
there's going to be, we're in the middle of it, Mark.
I thought we went past it.
Well, the Keshe Foundation went past it.
Okay. Yes, I understand, and we feel your fields. Yes.
I think you know, we have to understand that I'm looking at it from a Canadian point of view. You know, we're still under emergency conditions here, and of course, I just want to add to our disclaimer that YouTube has also put some other regulations on it. So I just want to let you know that this is a public teaching. It's not designed to go on YouTube. So anyone who wishes to put that on, it's of their own volition. This is part of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, and as such, it is also part of KFTV, the KFTV Spaceship Institute, and this is where science meets the soul of man for peace. So please remember there are three components here: science, the soul, and peace. And we sometimes don't ask for enough, or we settle for too little. And so we have what we have for that very reason. So not only do we want to elevate our souls, but we want to elevate our goals and aspirations, because that is who we are. And when we bring the science, then that is taking care of business on this planet. When we bring the soul, that is taking care of business in the universe. And when we take care of peace, well, that's the ticket. So the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, plasma science. We're discussing basic knowing, which has to do with today's topic is microbiology. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is October the 17th, 2021. And this is now part of the Keshe Foundation North American Plasma Education Series. So I want to welcome everybody. As a review, please understand that this is for new students, this is for mature students, and more importantly, this is for teachers. So even though we have several 100 million people who are tuning into the Keshe Foundation, it is still one order of magnitude short. And so therefore we have many more students who are completely unaware. So we have a requirement for knowledge, and then we also have a requirement for awareness. And once that awareness comes in, then the requirement for knowledge begins. So on that basis, a continual review. And what was interesting this past Thursday was October the 14th, which was a milestone event in many different ways. For me personally, it was a milestone event because a year ago, October 14th, I was invited to teach in Brazil. And I am honored to be part of that process. And I'm so happy to see the benefits of what I tried to achieve in that regard, because the most important thing that we try and achieve is the elimination of confusion. Because terminology is important. We have to use the right words in the right context with the right meaning and the right intention. And this is becoming a very important function, which we take for granted in our society, because we do have street lingo and we do have academia. And of course, we have what we call social networking. And so it's very, very easy to take the wrong words and put them in the wrong context. And we are constantly bombarded with this type of duality. We need to be a little bit more specific in our words, because words have meanings. And in order for those words to have meanings, there has to be something that is backing that. So in other words, a backbone. And so we did the basic teaching. We went into intermediate and advanced teaching because not everybody is interested in this. They came to the Fegesh Foundation because of the cups of life, because of immediate personal distress. And despite that, the intermediate and advanced teaching was still very basic teaching. So we wanted to expand on that and get into basic understanding, because the Kesh Foundation is not standing still. It's been in the public domain for over a decade, and there's thousands of hours in the archives, and we just don't have the time. So we can't really just stop what we're doing and wait for everybody to catch up. So what we're trying to do is to create this bridge. So we had a basic understanding, intermediate understanding, and advanced understanding. And those who appreciated that move ahead. And those who don't, there's no problem whatsoever. You have, what you need to protect yourself. And now we want to cross this bridge, and still we're racing ahead with the new knowledge. And so, as I said, October 14th was another watershed moment. Well, how do we keep up? So the basic knowing is what we're discussing here, and we've been going through various subjects that academia is extremely familiar with. All of us are familiar with these subjects. Most of us are familiar with these subjects because we don't like them, So in many schools, they've stopped teaching the essences of this, or they have diminished the teaching of this. So we find that, say, 4 decades ago, the quality of the teaching is not the same as it was today. And so the advanced teaching is actually reserved for the university level. But even then, we have some limitations. And so we'd like to examine that. And as we go on this basic knowing class, is to understand how these academic subjects fit in to where we're going. And we only have 2 more classes to go. And what we found is that there is something missing from each and every class, because what it does is it shows we have a whole lot of knowledge, but we don't have a whole lot of knowing, because the knowing comes by connection. And that's how we cross the bridge. You get your basic teaching, get a basic understanding, and then understand the connection. So because you don't have the time to look at the details. So the fundamentals, you have to have the fundamentals. A lot of advanced teachers, a lot of professional sports athletes forget the basics and they get into trouble. And we need to know the basics and repeat, because the moment we leave this class, whether you're an advanced student or a new student, you go out into the real world and they look at you cross-eyed and they say, are you the one with the problem, or am I the one with the problem? And what is the problem? Well, the problem is very simple. The way we understand science, there's a magnetical and gravitational field, represents energy in motion, and as such, it has to have a charge. And this is all very natural. Our entry from the basics got us from matter state into nanostate into GAN state, and all of these states were stronger by an order of magnitude. And this is from our certain point of view. And each point of view has a geometry and goes through various dimensions within that geometry. And today we are going to see the jump from the monatomic to the dynamism. And the word gradient keeps coming up, and we're not going to drop it now because we have a very important thing to discuss today. We have to understand that there are energy paths, and our Earth is a representation of that. So when we say it's a representation, that means it is an artifact. And as an artifact, that means it creates a form. And that form is created from something. So the Earth is a form artifact. And we still don't understand it totally for whatever reason. But fundamentally, in order to maintain that form artifact, energy has to come in, go out, go around, or just pass right on through. It all depends on our magnetical gravitational relationships. So we say that magnetical is repulsion. And so to avoid confusion, that also refers to emission. It's very specific. And if we're talking about gravitational, that means attraction. And to attract something and become part of it, you have to absorb that. It's very specific. And the range that we operate within on this planet is between the ground, and I'm saying here the equator, and the magnetosphere, which is the sky. So that is our range. That is our physical range. And actually, we can travel within that physical range, and we can travel in many different dimensions within that physical range, and that is called susceptibility. What determines how we move is called susceptibility. So when we look at a new product, new to physical science, which is GANS, and you see that we all created GANS in a bottle, and we did start with wires, and we started with nano coating, but we got into the GANS and we start to notice the rotating field. And so we see that something is causing that field to rotate. And in science, we have to understand that something is something. Nothing is nothing. And this is where we separate, because when we looked at space, we say, oh, well, there's nothing there. Well, there's nothing there, maybe, that you can't see. But the fact that whatever it is something, and it is always something as opposed to being something else. What is that determining factor? And this is the elusive thing. This is why we've been going through this basic knowing series, is to clearly identify this elusive thing, because we've spent an enormous time finding things that we can see. And one of the things that we can see is there's a hole in my GANS. Now, where did that hole come from? And how did that happen? And is this some kind of space funny stuff? Or, is this real? And so if we're not aware of the contents of book number 1, Mr. Keshe clearly explains how this matter is created. And it's part of the universal order. And in order to expand on that, energy has to go from one place to the other. And we are now really focusing on the structure of light and understanding that better, because there were a lot of limitations that were placed on the structure of light. But then we look at the origin of the universe, and there's some terminology associated with that, which we're going to clear up a little bit today. But is the origin of the universe should be book number 1, or is book number 1, the creation of matter, book number 3? And, are we upside down or are we backwards? Well, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that the creation of the universe started from energy. The universe exists from energy. Everything is energy, and energy is always in motion. It doesn't stop. So we don't have to worry about what the energy is. We have to understand the motion, and as such, it has a charge. So when we look at the cover of book number 1, we see the convergence of 3 different energies: matter, antimatter, dark matter, into one field. And it has to be in a field because it's always in motion. So you can't put it in a stall like a cow. You can't, put it in a barn. You have to have it in a field. So it's interacting not only with itself, but with other things. And so you have 2 plasmas that interact, and as such, energy is going back and forth. And each plasma is a field, and each plasma is independent, and each plasma is interacting. And the question is, how does the energy go back and forth? So this is part of the study. And so we have to identify basic principles of creation. And so we have rays that are in motion, which we call PM ticks. And these are traveling everywhere, not just in space, but on Earth as well. And when these PM ticks come together and they have a common denominator, not the lowest common denominator, a common denominator, they create a force field interaction. And then they look for a balance, which we call a maggrav. And that is the essence of creation. So now we see that we have different points of view. We have our point of view, we have the Earth's point of view, we have space point of view, and then of course, we have 7 billion points of view on this planet. And then when we look at the principal matter, we find that not all principal matter is the same. Defining it as principal matter is a concept, does not indicate the force field interaction, does not indicate the force field strength, does not indicate the interaction of different force fields. So when you look at a form artifact, we have to recognize that there's something in the background. And this is something that is generally speaking unseen because, first of all, we're too physical. And second of all, maybe most of us at this point in time don't have the necessary skills. But the necessary skills will come with the awareness because that's part of growth. So the growth comes from the magnetical attraction and repulsion of force. And these forces come together and they create a maggrav condition. So what's been missing in our science is understanding that the magnetical gravitational field forces emanate from a maggrav position. And so from that maggrav position, we can have a natural creation. So in other words, it's the maggrav condition plus the energy. We can also have natural decay. So this is the maggrav condition plus the energy. So in other words, what we're going to be saying here, it seems like natural creation is a very good thing and natural decay is a bad thing. That is not true. Natural decay does not mean rotten or rottenness. Natural decay is a scientific term for the exchange of energy. So the exchange of energy is actually a two-way street. And so this is the plus point. We can have natural creation and we can have natural decay. So when we're doing natural creation, that is the emission of energy. So we become more than what we are. And when we're talking about natural decay, that is the absorption of energy. That means we become less of what we are, all right, in a different energy state. So we literally have to go down in that energy state. So when we look at ray creation, the creation of rays has to come from somewhere. Well, surprise, the creation of rays comes from nuclear decay. Well, isn't that a howdy-do? So we take the neutron and in its process, and we're not saying which neutron, we're not saying how strong the field is, we're not even saying where it is. But as it matures, it breaks down into an electron-proton combination, which we call an atom. In that process, the currency of this energy transaction is the release of PM ticks. So the PM ticks don't just go in one direction because in the plasma science, it's a two-way street. So that means we have rays in motion as natural creation, yet we have rays in motion as natural decay. So in fact, through the natural decay, there is a process of creation. And through the natural creation, there is a process of natural decay. It goes both ways. And which way it goes, as we said, is determined by susceptibility. And the susceptibility is based on the field strength of the magnetical gravitational force fields and the transition field in between. And this transition field is where we are right now, because we have energy that is in motion, which we call PM ticks, and we have a maggrav condition that is basically in 3 dimensions, where we have an x-axis of rotation, a y-axis of transition, and a z-axis of transmutation. And for us to know all these details would take a lifetime in each subject. So the faster we go is by elevating into higher methods of understanding, and that is a knowing by connection. So you take what you know and you make that connection. So all this information is traveling throughout the universe as PM ticks. So whether you recognize it or not, you are totally immersed in this field strength that is showering you. And this shower is in energy packs. Energy in motion is an energy parceling unit, and it can diverge or it can converge, and all depends on the force field interaction. So when we look at the basic force field interaction of antimatter, dark matter, and matter, we create a plasma. And so to better understand this, we understand that the antimatter is the principal matter. The dark matter is the transition matter. Transition to what? The matter state, the convergence of energy. And that becomes the maggrav condition. So the maggrav condition, therefore, is gravitational. Now, is it in space or is it on Earth? It's the same thing. However, if you're working with another gravitational condition, such as a physical relationship with Earth, now you have another field interaction, which we call inertia. So your maggrav condition is working with the Earth's maggrav condition, and that field interaction is the inertia. So we have a residue, is what we're saying. There's a basic gravitational magnetical convergence and divergence, which represents the attraction and repulsion forces. But there are always independent variables. But these independent variables are dependent on an interdependent universe. So if you want to fly solo, you're going to be very lonely. And the way to do that is to tell the universe to shut up. Well, we are grateful for the gift of the cups of life. And so let's review that, because we, after, what is it now, 22 months, we are still talking about the same thing as the main focal point of our daily lives. So the cups of life are not the cup of the pandemic. They have more to offer. But the most important thing is, let's make sure that we get the one cup. All of us have the one cup. For chump change, we can make a cup. And in that, we put a zinc plate, a copper coil, and a nano-coated copper coil, and understand we create a magnetical field and a gravitational field. And then we create a second cup, and we just change one thing. We introduce a copper plate. And so we still have a magnetical and a gravitational field. So we have two cups, different, but they are the same. And what they are the same is they are the cups of life. But what they're different is one is emotional and one is physical. So if we're using them for the pandemic, keep them at least 1 meter apart, because there's an emotional component and there's a physical component. And we all know that we want to change the energy. And how we change the energy is by changing the susceptibility. So we can either deplete the energy or we can convert the energy. But once that's done, which in easy cases takes only 30 minutes, but in longer cases, it might take a few weeks. It all depends on how much damage is done. But basically, all of us are damaged in many ways because of our physical environment. And so the environment is taking its toll on us. So they're using the cups of man to enhance our emotional and physical context. And the way to do that is to bring these two forces together to act as one, the cups of man. And so not only do we have a magnetical gravitational force of the cups of man, but we can now introduce the cup of the soul. So each cup has a magnetical gravitational field force and a soul, and the collective of the three cups together is a representation of the magnetical gravitational force fields that we need to maintain our peak physical health and the health of our soul in the environment on this planet. And that's not the only thing, but for now, we're talking about our interaction with the earth. And so the cup of inertia is now introduced, where we have 2 nano-coated copper coils and 1 nano-coated copper plate. And so we still have the relationship of the magnetical gravitational field. With what? Well, with the environment, which is the earth. And we just introduced one other substitute here, and that is the iron coil. And so that would be also nano-coated. So we still have the magnetical gravitational force field. So we can all make these cups and bring them together. But you know, when we change and advance the technology, we can do some other things. And that is, we can make ceramic cups of life. And so the question that we ask when we're looking into history and we see these uneducated tribes in our history, we see cave dwellers, we see warring nations, we see graffiti on our pyramids. And, you know, we see a lack of technology. These are all physical form artifacts. When we're looking, I wonder if we're looking at the construction of the pyramids, is there GANs in the pyramid? When we dig up the form artifacts, as all good archaeologists love to do we think that it is a clay pot? Is it a ceramic pot? Is it GANs infused ceramic pot? You know, because if we're looking at a form artifact, so we're looking, that means we can see it. That means it's physical. If it's a form artifact, we can touch it. That means it's physical. Well, there's your first clue. So now we see that there's a huge difference between the atomic structure, which is highly physical, and we have a monatomic structure. It is still physical, but it has opened the door, and the door has been flung open on October the 14th of 2021, where being an unchained man takes a whole different meaning, because we're talking about the freedom and emancipation of humanity, where the dynamism of the cup of the soul interacting with all the other cups creates a dynamic plasma field, magnetical gravitational field force with an amplified field force dedicated to the soul. We're starting to increase our energy levels. So this is how we build our dimensions. We have a point, we add a second point, and we make the connection. That's what we're talking about, knowing by connection. However, we know that the same point is the same. Well, what does that mean? That means if you are looking at a race car racing on a racetrack, and at this moment in time, that race car, say, is on the left-hand side of the oval. And then a moment in time later, it is on the right-hand side of the oval. it's the same race car. So it goes from one point to another point, but that point is not at the same time. So the connection of one same point to another same point involves an interval. So the car that you're looking at as it's moving is the same. However, different points are different. So in other words, if you focus on the car on the left-hand side of the track and you take your view away, and then you look back on the left-hand side of the track and you see a different car. Well, where did the first car go? It's gone to a different point. So now you have a different point that's come in, a different car, and it is at a different point. So how does this happen? Well, what happens is that the points are not the same. Different points are different. So they're different in position, they're different in field strength, and they're different in constitution. And to go from point to point, as determined by its susceptibility, is to somehow go from here to there, or to go from there to here. And so it becomes very important for us to understand the words and their meaning and what it means to be magnetical and what it means to be gravitational, and not to be confused, because we're advancing the knowledge. We're moving from the terminology to the understanding, and then from the understanding to the knowing. And we just don't have time to dwell on the details, because each of these details is a career, and we need to build new careers. So this bridge needs to be built, and the bridge is the connection. So we need to know by connection. So we have this massive quantity of knowledge, and we have another massive quantity of knowledge that we still need to learn. Well, how do we make that connection? And how do we make it massive enough? So we have to do this through orders of magnitude. So we find there's a difference. When we talk about matter plasma and terminology, we find that the small m matter state is physical and the capital M matter state is plasmatic. And the difference is that the plasmatic matter state, you can sense it. And then the question comes in, which matter state are you? And I don't mean to keep asking questions, but the questions just keep on coming, because that's what we're doing. We're looking for answers. And so we find that our soul has limitations on this planet because of our time consumption, learning about things that are physical. So in this class, it appears that we're talking about things that are physical. But the thing is, if we can understand the difference, and then we can look at it and make the decision quickly, concisely, accurately, and say, this is physical, this is plasmatic, this is the old technology, this is the new technology. The old technology is not garbage. The new technology is the old technology is extremely valuable, but the substrate for that technology is the new technology, and that's what we have to take into account. That is the independent variable which we have to identify, but we've created some limitations. In 1963, there was a TV show. I don't know if any of you still watch TV. That's one of those things where you have a tube where people broadcast shows on it, and people sit around and watch and eat potato chips and stuff. But the show was called The Outer Limits. And it was a fascinating show because it wanted to explore the outer limits of our universe. But not really. It just wanted to explore the outer limits of our Earth. And the thing is, the word limits, the outer limits. Well, as soon as you have outer limits, then you have inner limits. And as soon as you have limits, you know you're dealing in physical science, because plasma science has no limits. So the materialism that we have on this planet, which is really a manifestation of our physicality, we attribute that to nuclear decay, right? And it takes 20,000 years to go through ordinary nuclear decay. So we were taught many, many decades ago. But we find that there's reality is actually a transition of the gravitational transition of reality. But we've substituted that with the pursuit of money. So really the pursuit of money becomes our proxy for the reality manifestation. And in that process, we have really set up pursuit of limitations. And our limitations are now restricted to our dimensions between a gravitational force of the earth and the magnetical force of the earth. And our ability to go through that is to transition through the ranges to go from gravitation to magnetical, or to have transmission of ranges where we can transport ourselves around this planet, whether it be from continent to continent or across the seas. And our dimensions, the way we were looking at it, were restricted by our classifications. So we had classifications of the plants, we talked about that. We have classifications of the animals, we talked about that. And then we dissected ourselves and we found the classifications of us. And then we got down to bacteria. Something's missing. So the outer limits hit the inner limits. Well, we're going to go beyond those inner limits. And I talked about gastronations a few times in the past. And this gentleman originated from France, and he was, shall we say, an abused scientist in France. And so he came to Canada, of all places. And in 1989, he had a trial. And it had to do with his heretic scientific discoveries. And in his own words, and I will quote, he is a biologist, research engineer who developed a unique optical instrument called the cinematoscope, which is capable of observing unstained living matter. That is referring to when you look under a microscope to actually see the matter, they stain it so that different matters absorb different stains. And so they see a contrast. Well, if you are staining something, that is not a living matter. So he was able to develop a way of observing unstained living matter. Kind of the difference between looking at a picture or looking at a movie. So you can tell that if a picture is worth 1,000 words, well, a movie is an order of magnitude, many more words. And so it allowed them to discover a new particle alive in the fresh human blood, which he referred to as a somatid, which translated means tiny body. Thanks to the discovery of the somatid at the origin of degenerative diseases, and it's important in biological functions such as cell division and the transmission of genetic characteristics. So he was able to develop the somatidian theory and to bring new responses to diseases affecting the immune system. Now, in allopathic medicine, they don't treat immune systems. So they treat systems through the blood, primarily intravenous. So this was not only a major discovery, but it was heretic in terms of the way science was being put forward. And so he treated 147 people with terminal cancer, which, what does it mean to be terminal cancer? It means you are free, because it means you're walking dead. And as a walking dead, you're totally useless. So at that point in time, the medical community wipes their hands and say, you're free to go. We've done everything we can. So God bless. Make peace with God, sign your will, and, see you later. Out of those 147 people, unfortunately, 2 died. These people were all terminal. So 145 out of 147 terminal cases were reversed. Well, who cares about that? The 2 that died, we're going to charge him with murder. And so that was actually prosecuted. And interestingly enough, in 1989, he was vindicated. He was acquitted. And it was front page news in the local paper. Front page news. It's the only paper that reported the news. So this is documented in the book, The Prosecution and Trial of Gaston Nasons, which was published by Christopher Bird, who's no longer with us, but it explains the plight of trying to, in some way, let's say, buck the system. But the biggest thing to buck the system and what gave him the credibility was the equipment. And the equipment was a somatoscope. And fundamentally, how it operated, it took 2 fields of light and interacted them together to create a 3rd field of light. And he shone that through the medium, which included the blood, and he could see these tiny organisms. This microscope is illegal. So he had the microscope, and some people refer to a dark field microscope. And the difference with the dark field microscope is that it does 8,000 magnification. Well, on the picture on the left, we're talking about 30,000 magnification. And what you're looking at is a form artifact of a matter. And what I want to draw your attention to is the folding. On the right-hand side, you're looking at a magnification of blood platelets. And although this is a photo, this is a snapshot of a movie. And those little things that are in the fluid, those are somatids. And what's interesting, of course, is that the somatids, as you can see, are many orders of magnitude smaller than those big round circles. And the thing is that they come from the big round circles, almost like a spaceship. And they move around and they bounce around like little magnets, and they keep their distance. And if you've ever seen this, it's truly amazing to watch because it's like a symphony. It is not chaotic. It's well organized. So the problem is that these organisms, which Gaston Nasons set out to look for, came about in 1949 because as he was studying blood, he found that there were deficiencies. And in order to compensate for these deficiencies, he had to develop equipment which would give him the added capability. That added capability came in the form of the somatoscope, which he designed, and it went up to 125,000 magnification, a lot more than 8,000. But it was, remember, visible light, right? So that's your first clue. Now, the interesting thing is in 1851, Antoine Béchamp, another Frenchman, put forward his theory on microzymas. And his peer was Louis Pasteur, another Frenchman. But Louis Pasteur was an extrovert and Antoine Béchamp was an introvert. And we all know when you take a loudmouth in an audience who dominates. So we find that Louis Pasteur, who was the father of modern medicine, And the modern medicine is referred to as allopathic medicine. And allopathic medicine is a system in which medical doctors and other healthcare professionals, such as nurses, pharmacists, and therapists, treat symptoms and diseases using drugs, radiation, or surgery. It's also called biomedicine, conventional medicine, mainstream medicine, orthodox medicine, and Western medicine. So this is allopathic medicine. And so the basis of this goes back to, well, 1851. And Antoine Béchamp's theories on microzymas lay dormant until 1989 with the acquittal of Gaston Naessens. Now, I'd like to introduce another professor, and Vincent Rancaniello is a professor at Columbia University in the city of New York. And he teaches virology at the Columbia University. And he's gracious enough to put classes on YouTube. And he put in a couple of dozen classes, but I don't want to go through all the classes and I don't want to go through all the details. But the question I have is, have we learned anything since 1851? Or have we learned anything since 1989? Has anything changed? And, you have to understand that there's a lot of people who are doing an awful lot of research. So there's bound to be some progress, don't you think? So I decided to do some investigation because I don't know much. And so I had a chance to look at these YouTube classes and I was very impressed. So my hats off to Mr. Rancaniello. And his classes, I'm just listing the first 12 there. And so you can read them, what they are. But this was beyond the bacteria level. And so the question becomes, what is the difference between the bacteria and the virus? And so when we look at allopathic medicine, we find that medicine discipline is split up between two camps. One is virology and one is bacteriology. And the two don't meet, you see. Now, just going back for a second to Mr. Naessens, what he did was accidentally, he took a virus and he changed it into a bacteria. And he did that by changing the pH. The proper terminology is he changed the terrain. So he changed the terrain and created a DNA, and this was an accident. He created a bacteria, excuse me. And this was an accident. And so to undo that accident, he changed the pH and guess what? He turned it back into a virus. So there was some kind of morphogenic connection between the structure of the virus and the bacteria by changing the terrain. So that's just the environment. And to confirm this accident, he repeated this accident 40 times in a row. So that was his accident. That was one observation. There's another observation, and that has to do with the fact that he was able to take protein in the form of meat. And we all know that babies grow into adults. And so we are, bags of protein, right? We're made up of a lot of protein. And so if we're bigger, then we have more protein. And if we're not fit, then we have a lot more fat instead. So there's some kind of relationship between fat and protein, don't we know? But anyway, what he did with the protein, the meat, was he made it grow. And not in humans. But he took meat and he made it grow. And that was outlined in that book. And if you can get a hold of that book, you'll see that documented. That was not the big deal at the time, because the big deal, of course, is to eradicate illnesses. Like in Canada, for instance, 200 people a day die from cancer. And that has been ongoing steadily for many, many years. And so he was able to overcome that little problem. and so these were other observations. So why is that relevant? Well, when we talked about zones, climate zones, biotopes, the two that stood out most, well, we have desert and tropical, we have temperate and Arctic, but most importantly, we have freshwater and seawater. And the thing about seawater is it's pretty big, right? And so really, when we look at the relationship between the sea and the land, those are the two things that we take, as the most important differences. You're either on the sea or you're either on the land. And we find that, yes, a lot of fish swim in the sea. And so people, we walk on the land. But then the question is there's whales in the water as well. And there's a whale of fish. And whales bear their children in the water. And interesting enough, as humans, of course, we all know that babies are born in the placenta, but when they're born, they come into the air. So they go from the water to the air. So what is important here is the rate of change, the rate of change. So it's not the change, it's the rate of change. So it's like its energy transfer state. And why is this relevant here? Well, the whale is kind of the biggest animal on the planet. And so I'm borrowing from Mr. Rancanello because he was so gracious to share this with the public. But you can go to university and look at these courses. But his specialty had to do with viruses. So we see that there's a big difference between the microscopic content of a virus and the macroscopic content of a whale. But we find that in 1 liter of seawater, there are more viruses than there are people on Earth. So we have 7 billion people on Earth. So there's more than 7 billion viruses, which goes back to the same thing. Not all matter state is the same. Not all antimatter is the same. Not all neutrons are the same. Okay, so not all viruses are the same and not all bacteria are the same. And why would that be any different? Because not all people are the same. But what we see is that when we look at the biodiversity on this planet, we find that the viruses are the catalyst, and they are the catalyst for this biogeochemical cycling that is going on this planet. So one of the things we said about the plasma science is that you can be in through natural creation, or you can go through natural decay, or you can be a natural catalyst where you share and you don't get consumed. So you stay at the same energy level and you become a catalyst for energy transmission. So hopefully I'm a catalyst to you today in some knowledge transmission. And I don't want to be consumed in the process. I'm sharing with you. So 1 and 1 is more than 2. Okay. And there's no negative aspect about it. There's no minusing, in other words. So anyway, the point of the matter is that this is extremely important. And this is, I'm just giving you the highlights of what he's teaching. We're not going to go into too many details, but one of the details, of course, is to understand, we said nanotechnology is 10 to the minus 9, and then to compare the various components, such as an alpha helix, which is 1 nanometer in diameter, and we work through DNA, which is twice as big, and ribosomes, which are 2 orders of magnitude, and other viruses, which are another 10 orders of magnitude. And, you've got difference in size. Okay, so they also come in different strengths and different sizes. And when we look at some history, very brief history, well, we can go way, way back to 1935. We've already gone back to 1851, but, when we start to look at, what's been going on in our history, we find that really the study of RNA really starts around the 1960s. And there was a gracious diagram that Mr. Racanello showed, and we talked about energy paths. Well, this is an RNA to DNA path. And we're not going to go into the details, but to understand that there is a relationship between the RNA and DNA. And if you have any questions, it's very easy. He's very articulate, very clear, very, how shall we say it, entertaining teacher, and will keep your attention. But what I want to draw your attention to is we all know that the RNA and DNA have squiggly paths. And in some cases, they have two squiggly paths. So we find that when we look at the basic alpha linolenic acid, which is your omega-3, 6, and 9, and which is your essential fatty acid, the essential fatty acid is essential for creating protein. So a fatty acid is creating protein, but, you know, polyunsaturated fatty acid is not able to do that because it's unsaturated. I'm sorry, polysaturated fatty acid is saturated with hydrogen. So if you have gaps in the hydrogen here, then you have a folding. And in the process of the folding, we create oxygen. And when we create the oxygen with multiple hydrogen oxygen energy exchanges, we create water. So this is why when we create protein, we also create water, and the two come together. And so we have these phospholipids would actually encapsulate the cells. And these phospholipids are made up, the red legs on the phospholipids are the alpha linolenic acid, and they come in contact together and they create a head with two legs. And these legs open and close, but these are facing each other. So the head is hydrophilic, which means it likes water. The tails are hydrophobic, which means it likes oil. And so the transition range is going from water to oil to water. And when we transmit, it's going along this gap in between the phospholipid bilayer. And when we discuss RNA and DNA, and again, I'm borrowing from Mr. Rancanello, he talks about positives and negatives and what it might mean. So when we look at nanostate, we find that in order to be a superconductor at room temperature, there has to be a combination of the monatomic energy flow. So you have multiple monatomic energy flows. And it doesn't matter which way is up and down. We create star formations which link up, and they create a plasma field, and that plasma field links up. And so this is the beginning. The star formation is the beginning of the amino acid. And then they create a dynamic field, which is linking up. But we find that when you have more than 3 in a chain that are the same, that is not protein. That is a polymer. That is a man-made synthetic product. And what happens to create protein? Well, 3 amino acids are the building blocks, and each amino acid links up. And when a 4th one comes together, it causes a folding over. It's the folding over that makes the protein. And when you make the protein, you make the water. Well, there is a substructure, interestingly enough, in the viruses. And there's what they refer to as VP1, VP2, and VP3. And they are of different structures, and they work together, and they create a folding. They create a folding. Isn't that interesting? So these are just some pictures of different viruses. Doesn't matter what. What matters is that on the extremities, you have a negative charge, or at the bending, you have a negative charge. And when you look at us as protein, and you find that where we have bends, like on our fingers and our toes and our heads, those are all negative. And when we look at our spine is positive, and our spine is kind of structured like the plasma stacker unit. But when you look at a virus and you see that it has a head, and if you understand surface to volume ratios, then you understand which side is negative and which side is positive. So therefore, we now have, and the question that I had, do they know what they're talking about? Of course they know what they're talking about, but did they make the connection? That's the question, okay? Because we know from the cups of life that energy is always in motion, and it comes through PM ticks, and these are energy packs. And so when we talk about the terminology being very, very specific, there's a charge gradient, or there's a gradient charge. And then there's a lifespan. And the lifespan is something that is constantly being debated. So let's discuss gradient charge. So the gradient charge means the gradient is the slope. And to go from one side to the other side, it has to have a charge. Now, how fast it goes and what direction it goes is determined by the charge gradient, you see. So the charge gradient gives you the direction of flow, and the gradient charge gives you the strength. And so the virus is the facilitator for, first of all, the folding of the protein. And the second, once you have the phospholipid bilayer around the cell, food has to come in, waste has to go out, energy has to come in, and there's always an exchange of energy. Now, the problem, of course, is we all know that a bacteria eats, creates waste, and moves. And it moves with a purpose. So that means it has some kind of force that is causing it to move wherever it's moving. In other words, the susceptibility. So you know how hard it is to get people to move. Well, imagine these tiny organisms, single-celled organisms that have a complete package. But we know that in many cases, the bacteria are orders of magnitude larger than the viruses. So there is a problem, and that is that they are energy packs. In other words, they have a magnetical field, they have a gravitational field, they may have both. I'm not going to today discuss the soul aspect of it. However, there is a debate whether or not they have a lifespan. And the thing is that viruses demand a host. And so the answer to the lifespan is what happens when the host dies? And the person who has the answer to that question is called an undertaker. And we find that if we have a problem with a pandemic and it was highly contagious and continuing, we see that the termination is when the host is terminated, because the mortality amongst the undertakers is disproportionately low compared to the rest of the population. So there is some kind of energy that is feeding, because we know that skin cells, which are protein, wear off. And we know that they are regenerated. We also know through our plasma science that we can regenerate other things. Say, for instance, what was announced on Thursday, we can regenerate broken bones in a short period of time. Just one example. So therefore, there has to be a regeneration process. There has to be a creation of this protein. So the discovery or the determination of microbiology is falling short. We know that there is an energy transaction, but we don't know where it comes from and we don't account for it. So we have knowledge, but we don't have knowing. And this is the thing. When we look at the GANs, we have the knowledge of what it's made from, but we don't have the knowledge and the knowing of what the GANs byproduct is. So, you can't look at the GANs as a byproduct of chemistry. The GANs is a byproduct of the plasma science. And the three that are most important for our basic existence at this time is the CO2 GANs, the ZNO GANs, and there it is again. The mistake is continuing. Prefix. There, fixed. And the CuO GANs. These are not the only GANSes. And furthermore, the GANs you create today is not the same field strength as the GANs you create tomorrow or next year. There are other changes that affect the field strength. One moment. As this is the second last class in this series, we have to see the transition from going from the 5-cup stacker to the cup of the universe. There is a field force that's interacting, a plasma feeding with the stacker unit. And when you look at the cup of the universe, there's an independent variable there as well. So we can look at this and say, okay, we understand about the physics, because we have barriers, we have sciences, and we have limitations, and we have form artifacts. Or we can look at the chemistry and we can see we can put things together and we come up with different reactions. But still, we are saying that these reactions are chemical, but so which means that they're physical, they're man-made, and that's the point. So at this point in time, all what we've done with the universal cup is we've taken a physical inventory of all the things that we've known, but the difference is instead of keeping them in separate cups, we put them together because all things in combination. And can we see the fields? And so this is going to be the next challenge, because we can take our physical inventory of the vertical people. We can take our physical inventory of the horizontal people. We can even dissect ourselves. But do we know what's going on? And do we know how to connect? And even when we connect, what we connect with, the means of communication, the means of connection, not all connections are the same. So the points aren't the same, the destination's not the same, the connection's not the same, the field strength is not the same. So these are just terminologies for reference, okay? And we don't even have the environment the same. We have different environments. So not all salt is the same, right? So we have sodium salt, potassium salt, magnesium salt, and calcium salt. And there are other salts. There's a whole list of other salts. But the thing is that when we look at the periodic table of elements and we try and figure out how all this is working together, the key point is that they are elementary. They are basic and singular. Life is much more complex. So to tear things apart to see how things work is defeating the whole purpose. We have to understand that the sum of the parts is greater than the sum of the parts. And knowing the details is not as important as the details of knowing. Use the skill. When we look at the periodic table of elements, there are transitions, there are gradients, there are different charges. And in order to look at this periodic table a little bit differently, we've moved the left column over to the right-hand side, right? And let's take a closer look, and we see that the inert gases are the center point. And so we have a left side and we have a right side. One side is magnetical, one side is gravitational, but one side meets the other side. What happens now? The magnetical becomes gravitational and the gravitational becomes magnetical. So what does that mean? That means that both are there. Each elemental product has a magnetical gravitational field plus a residue. So we can put all the kits together, right? It's like a musical kit. You've got your piano, you know about the notes, you know about the scales, and you bring a musician in to play, but you still don't have the music. What we want to hear is the music. That's what we've got to concentrate on. And that is an inherent skill that we have. So when we look at the convergence of energy, understand that from our viewpoint, we are gravitational and what we emit is magnetical. So it is from our viewpoint that we have created our body, and our body is a transformation of the interaction between our soul and the planet, which we call inertia. So on this planet, we have a different kind of transportation, right? So our physical transportation is based on this planet, but now we have another possibility, you see, because we can not only have a transformation of our soul, but we can have a transportation of our physicality. And this is the breakthrough. We are across the watershed. We are on the other side. There's a windward side, there's a leeward side. So the windward side is the side that the wind is blowing, and on the leeward side is where it's not. And so we see there are missing ingredients in our physicality. There are missing ingredients in our chemistry. We are trying to differentiate only for the purposes of education, the difference between the plasmatic and the physical, because when you get into the plasmatic, there are things that happen that chemistry and physics cannot explain, and biology and microbiology cannot explain. These subjects are out of range. They have to go on the other side. So when we're looking at the difference in the ranges, we find that not only are we going from the ground to the sky, but we go around the circumference of the earth. And as such, the distance isn't straight line. It doesn't just change as we go up, that it just gets farther away, but it follows the curvature. So the higher we go, the more the change, the greater the change. And as we climb up the mountain, and we know how hard it is to breathe, so the rate of change becomes important. And there are people who live way up in the mountains, and there are people who live way down in the valleys. So the change to go from one to the other is too radical for many. So when we remember, we were watching TV, and we like to watch the detectives because they look for clues. It's a lot of fun to find the evidence and then examine the evidence, and okay, well, let's make our hypothesis, and the seeing is the believing. But this is limiting our possibilities, you see, because when we ask the question why, what we're really asking is the answer. What we want to know is what evidence is missing. It's the lack of the evidence and our discernment of the lack of the evidence, which is the evidence. So you don't have a somatoscope. What are you looking for? First of all, a somatoscope is based on light, so you know that it's physical. Second of all, we're looking for it to at the metamorphosis of viruses and proteins and the sequence to create proteins. So we start with amino acids, migrate to DNA, to fatty acids, to protein. We create cells and then more complex cells. Well, wait a second. All of these are after the fact of the creation of amino acids. Where did the amino acids come from? Well, we know they came from not the thin air, the fat air. They come from the fat air. You created a form substructure, which created a gravitational condition, and then you created the gas. And so this is part of the nuclear decay. And so the microbiology study, which is a career, and the others, the biology, the botany, the chemistry, and the physics, these are all careers. We don't have lifetime careers to learn all these things. And they don't answer the question with respect to the with respect to the magnetical gravitational force fields. So how fast can we change? We're going to have to figure that out, because the change is not going to wait for us. How fast can you go? When you look at these things, apply your knowledge. Understand that when you're looking at the cup of the universe, inside the cup of the universe are different biotopes. You have a brain. Inside your brain, you have different components also. All of these things are trying to establish some kind of creature comforts. So you have good thoughts, good ideas, you have good wishes, you have courage, and you have love. And all of these components can be given magnetically, magnetically through magnetical force fields. And you can do this without being depleted. So we understand that the space is full of energy, and energy is always in motion. And as such, that is the fuel. Energy is the plasma fuel. And so, as knowledge seekers, we don't have to know the details. We just have to understand that there's a magnetical and gravitational pulling and pushing. And it's pulling and pushing in both ways because it's trying to establish a position, which we call a MAGRAV condition. And now we understand that not all MAGRAV conditions are the same. And a MAGRAV condition also has a residue, and not all residues are the same. So when we look at the cup of life and we see all the components that come inside, and there's nothing mechanical, there's nothing chemical, this is all plasmatic. And we have the creation of the various gases like zinc, copper, CO2, calcium, and we have the production of amino acid, which is a precursor for everything that we've talked about. So everything that we've talked about for the last 5 weeks is post creation of amino acid. By definition, it's physical. Okay, so we are in the business of creating an amino acid that is the link between our environment and our soul. And so there is something that is missing, and we need to figure out what that is. Not because as knowledge seekers we don't know, it's because we need to implement that in our life because times are changing. The basic math, sure, includes the mass of the proton and the electron. But there's a mass of the PM ticks, right? Remember, we create the PM ticks when we create the atom. But there's a substructure, the matter, antimatter, and dark matter, and that also has a mass. And so the totality is achieved through all of this balancing and positioning of the different energy levels. We didn't say what energy levels they are. all we said is there's a relationship between these energy levels. Okay, so when you look at the universe, you say, oh, the universe is created from nuclear decay. Well, decay is not rotten. It's a difference. The nuclear decay is the essence of the creation in the physicality. So the origin of the universe has created our universe. And it is from our universe that we can create more, except our universe is limited by that little tiny red dot that's in the bottom right-hand corner, which we refer to as man's universe. And man's universe has a lot of limitations, which are dependent on the exchange of energy, one of which, of course, is food. Food is one of the ways that we become controlled, one of the ways we become limited. The future is there. It's showing us how we can feed ourselves. And as knowledge seekers, this is the direction that we're going to go. So we know where we came from, and now we know where we're going. We're going what? We're going back to nature. Yeah, we're going back to nature. You know what? We are nature. There's no going back to nature. It's a matter of accepting that we are nature and to understand the difference between universal law, man-made law. Universe-made, man-made. And when we're discussing plasma, understand it's a different kind of energy state. It's a higher energy state. And so we are now in the process of transcending the limitations of science. And this is very, very important because we've come to the point, the limitation of our social limitations, which are financially bankrupt and morally bankrupt. And so we ask, like, what is your point of view? Well, we have to see how we are transforming. We have to see how we are transporting, and the rules have changed. We knew this was coming. We don't understand how. We now need to cross the bridge and make the connection. We are on a different kind of manifestation. So when two fields come together, they form another. Didn't we say that? So any formation of any field is a manifestation. It's the plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation. So we know that this manifestation could be non-tangible or tangible, could be non-visible or visible, could be plasmatic or physical, but it cannot be physical without the plasmatic reality. Someone took my screen down.
Okay, just reshare. I'm not sure who Tevi is.
How are we doing, Mark? Can you see it?
It's Helio, someone called Helio.
So when we look at a form artifact and we say, well, that is physical. Well, what caused that physical form artifact to happen? What was that missing component? So that missing component is also a form artifact. And if that form artifact is a motion of presence, then that is a form artifact of the energy in motion. So the emotion is a form artifact as well. And so now we see that our limitations really is keeping us on this planet, which is okay. But the thing is that we now have broader horizons. We have to break through this. So we have a physical state, we have a soul state. Well, intermediate state is the dream state. And we're going to talk about that more later on. So we have to understand the difference between our categorization of our vertical life and our horizontal life, or what we can refer to as our matter state on this planet. And we see the impact of the stacker unit, which is showing us what is capable. And we understand now with the new products that were coming up. And we have the enhancement of the vertical unit and the enhancement of the horizontal unit. And we see that there's a relationship, and now this is coming together because, there is a perpendicularity that's involved here. And so we don't need to know the details, and we won't know the details. What we will know is how to bridge that gap. And we're going to cross that bridge at a higher order of magnitude, okay, because it's going too slow. And we're going to have to drop the limitations because the energy binding that we have through deceitful conduct and self-serving attitudes at the expense of others is what's binding us to this planet and preventing us from getting involved with the rest of the universal community. It is this use of our knowledge and the abuse of our knowledge which we're having the trouble with. It's the morality that is the missing ingredient, and it's affecting us not only through our social, but our own personal experience, because the cross you double cross is your own eternal burden. And that is the truth that is coming out, because the universal energy depends on the ethics. The ethos of the universe is what provides life on this planet. It does involve morality, compassion, and courage, because the universal community will not fight. The universal community is preoccupied with creation. So if you want to fight, fight by yourself. And you'll find it's a lonely, lonely place. We are now changing things. Not only did we open up the center in Linz on the 2nd of October, but we are now entered into the new space race. And we have to understand, how does that affect us? How are we going to cope with this? Do we discard everything we've learned? No, we build on it. We add to it. There's another component, however, because we have one more class in a series to understand the thing about the universal cup. What is that missing ingredient in the universal cup? How do we go from this physical destination state that we have and have this dynamic transfer state that is coming to us every split second of every minute of every day? And we see that the energy has to go around. If you want to keep the energy, it has to go around. And so not only is there an interaction, but there's an interdependence. And so when we look at the Universal Council logo, we don't care about the environment. It's a universal law. And on October 15th, we have shown the world that this is what's coming. We have told the world, now we're showing the world. Why? Because that's the destiny. This is something that we all need to think about. We have to understand that the universe provides the energy. We just have to tune in. The energy is abundant. We just have to turn on to it. And we have to stop limiting our possibilities. So we have to drop out of our physical limitations. This combined together will allow us to receive all the energy that we need. So you provide the pattern, you get the energy. That's the rule. And the independent variable that we're talking about is your bridge to knowledge to come across, because we are all messengers of peace. We are all the same. We are messengers of peace and friendship, and we are the independent variable. Just we have to understand the universal language of knowing, okay? Because the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute is disseminating its plasma science into the public domain because the entire world needs to have peace. Every being on this planet needs to have peace. So we ask for the World Peace Treaty to be signed with the pen and also to be signed with the emotion. The physical and emotional harmony depends on it. And the physical and emotional harmony leads to physical and emotional vitality. That's what it means to be a knowledge seeker. You find the truth, but will you be a difference maker? Well, universal patriots will be difference makers. We will deliver the plasma science in exchange for peace on earth. Thank you all for listening to this lesson. Thank you so much. And I'm going to hand it over to you, Mark.
Thank you very much, Alex, for a very extensive teaching with so much knowledge in there, and each point can be opened up and opened up even more. So let's open up the floor, and I have a question, but let's open up the floor and see if anyone else would like to ask a question. And maybe we'll give you just a minute or two to get a hot cup of coffee or whatever you need to do in the meantime. Would anyone like to ask a question or state an opinion about what you've just heard on any of the points? And don't feel that you'll be offending Alex or anything else if you take a different tract on this. We can open up all the different knowledges. Yes, Randy.
I would like to congratulate Alex on the excellent work he taught us today about Gaston Nissons. Very few people know about the work that this man did. I do because I have the book. I learned about him in the late 80s. I've worked with
Oh,
his
you're kidding.
Yeah, I have the book. I even worked with 514X, and Gaston Nissons is the man that led me into doing live and dried blood analysis. And
Oh
I've
my
done
God.
hundreds of people, and I will tell you one thing: blood never lies. Doesn't matter the color of your skin, where you're from, or anything, the blood always tells the truth. And what are we after right now? We're after plasma science and understanding the truth of the universe. So that was a heck of a good teaching, Alex. I congratulate you for the great work you're doing. I pass the talking stick back to Mark.
Well, I'm going to take the talking stick, Randy, because in 30 years, I don't know anybody else who has made that statement.
I'm just hearing of his name in this, what you're referring to the first time today.
Right, right. Front page news, 1989, December 1989, full page in Sherbrooke, Quebec. Full page.
Isn't that interesting? I grew up on Sherbrooke Street.
And nobody knows. But anyway, the thing is that what he demonstrated is that there's more to know. And now with the Keshe Foundation, we have the backfill, the know more to know. And I'll tell you what, we have moved ahead from where we were. The information that I talked about today is going back to 1989. So, you know, when I ask, is there anything has changed in the last 30 years? You understand my disappointment. But what we see is that when you have 13,000 people doing research on this particular subject, and we're not talking about a couple of hours research, which is what I did, but we're talking about a career. So that means a daily job, a career spanning many years, 13,000 people. You know, if they're researching for 10 years each, that's 130,000 years of research. And we don't have the answers. Something's missing.
Yes, there's a lot of blocking of knowledge or knowledge filtration. And Mr. Keshe mentioned that about the foundation not being allowed to be on television, not being allowed to be on the radio, and so on and so forth. We're fortunate we can even be on the internet, I suppose. But many scientists have done tremendous amounts of research, I think, and they've never been really given the full credit, or their knowledge or what they wanted to share has never been really opened up, or it's been taken by certain groups to use and then to slowly release the knowledge over a period of years, almost like the electric car in a way, where they started as a hybrid and then fully electric. And so on and so forth. And we know we had the electric car 100 years ago, or more than 100 years ago. But again, as Mr. Kesh said, it's sort of a misnomer because you need to generate the power from somewhere. And it's just even more polluting probably than the current situation we're in. So does anyone have a question for Alex? I know there was a couple housekeeping issues we wanted to take care of here. For example, Mr. Kesh put in the chat that the workshop on this Thursday is switching from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So let's pass that around in our telegrams. And I know Joel has put it in the student chat, but sometimes we forget. So mention it where you can that the workshop has changed times for this week only. And a second point was there's a conference coming up, I think, in Las Vegas. And Saeed, are you still with us? I think Saeed wanted to mention something about that. I had gotten a message from Kitan. Ah, here he is. Okay. Please feel free to open your mic, Saeed, and share with us. And we've seen this before, that Mr. Kesh will be one of the speakers there, but perhaps you can tell us more. Thank you. No, you need to open your mic. You didn't open your mic yet.
Mark, before you bring another theme up, next Thursday, is it CET or CEST?
No, I think we're still on CET. People that live in Europe, can you confirm when I heard it was at the end of the, oh yes, it probably would be because it's in the November, I think 7th timeframe. I'm not actually sure, but the CET switches to CEST, I believe, at the end of the month. And of course, we always key off.
End of October, it will change.
Yeah, the end of this month. So we always key off the CET time. So just remember that. Let's see if Saeed came back. No, he didn't. But anyway, it's a cosmic consciousness in disclosure, and it's presented by 5D, as I see on the internet. And it's a conference on the November 4th to November 7th at the Golden Nugget Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada. And I think there are different prices depending if you need to stay there or you need meals or what happened. They've conducted these events apparently for the past 10 years. And of course, we know that the universe is full of life and it's constantly creating new civilizations, and that process will never end. But I don't know exactly, but Mr. Kesh will be, here he is, here Saeed. He will be presenting as he did, I believe, in the Greek conference. So it'll probably be through the Zoom. I don't think Mr. Kesh will be in Las Vegas personally, but we never know where he may appear. And we always welcome his appearance and his sharing wherever he goes. Saeed, you have your mic. Great. Let's test your voice. Saeed, your mic is open, but we're not hearing you. Did you press where it says Wi-Fi? You need to hit that little button. No.
We see your face, but we don't hear your voice.
Yeah, right. Okay, maybe you can, Saeed, that we're not hearing your voice. Would you mind? And your camera is not active either. So there's something, maybe go out and come back in and just look for that little Wi-Fi where it says, otherwise you won't get connected. Here he is. No, no voice yet.
But his camera is active.
Well, it shows an outline of a camera and it shows an outline of a microphone, but I don't see any sound moving on the microphone.
But
So that,
look at his picture. He's moving in his picture, so it's the camera.
okay, but I don't see the microphone moving up and down like yours was or mine is now. So there's
He's
some
putting
glitch.
a cardboard in front of the camera, a black one. There you are.
Yes, we'll definitely be looking for this and join. Hopefully it's going to be on Zoom or a way we can link into this, but we're not hearing your beautiful voice, Saeed. While Saeed is fixing his microphone there, is there anyone here for the first time? Perhaps you could state your name, where you're from, and how did you find this meeting, if you don't mind? We'd love to hear from you as well. And just to acknowledge any new guests before we go back to questioning or asking questions of Alex.
Hi, my name is Katia. O meu nome é Katia, and I'm here because of my sister, Claudia. She's been part of the Seekers for a while now. So thank you.
Where are you located, or where is your sister located?
Claudia is in Brazil. She's the one that taught me about the foundation. I'm in Georgia, in the USA.
Great.
Yes.
And
Yes.
we've heard in the Portuguese meeting on last Friday that over 1,500 new people have joined the Brazilian community's teaching in the plasma technology. So that was a real reaping of many seeds that have been planted. I don't know if Raphael wants to come in here, and I don't want to limit Alex to questions, but Raphael, if you'd like to share what happened there. It was I think it was a little bit of a surprise, but many people are watching your work, and the word is obviously moving about. The fields are moving in Brazil, as they are all over the planet. Raphael, are you still with us, or would you like to say anything? I'm not sure. Let's see, he is here, but he may not be able to come to his microphone at the moment. So thank you. Yes,
Can you
here
hear
he
me?
is. Oh, beautiful. Thank you, Raphael.
Hello, Mark. How are you doing? So, yes, as you said, we had an interview on a YouTube channel called Rafael Hungria. And after this interview, we had entry in our group in 2 days, 1,500 people, new people. So the most interesting was that most people that came to our group, we were seeing some comments, and they felt that they were finding something that they were searching for a long time. And also another interesting thing was that it was on Thursday, our interview. So exactly the day that Mr. Cash released the flying unit. So, and we showed the video in our interview. And after this interview, the number is growing every day. Now, this last 3 days, we have, I think now we passed 2,000 new members, and the number is growing every day. So yes, they will even schedule special teaching about the cup of life in our Cash Brazil Corona team group, so we could teach everybody how to make, because most part of people were interested first in the cup of life. And we have many people already doing the cup of life. And the most interesting, they are not just doing the cup of life, but they are engaging to help others also. So many people are becoming volunteers already. So it was very nice. And we are working to put this interview with subtitles in English also, so we can share with other communities also.
So was this the interview that they referred to as Raphael interviews Raphael?
Yes, correct. Because the name of the guy is Rafael also, so yes.
Yes, it's a very beautiful meeting. And one thing that I like to hear so often from your meetings is sharing. The word sharing is used very often And that's a beautiful term. And we know that we are to share this knowledge, we're to share so many different things, but this whole idea of sharing, you use it so easily, and it just is part of this community, is sharing. And this is the beautiful part, one of the beautiful parts of your work you're doing there. And we want to thank you so much for being a shining star, and all the rest of the others who are doing so much work. You've
Yeah,
become.
thank you very much, Mark. I would like to say thank you to all the Brazilian knowledge seekers, because I definitely do not do this alone. I have many people in the background working a lot, helping a lot, and all of them are part of this work. One of them is Claudia, who's here, is the sister of Katia, and she's one of the person who help a lot. She was helping a lot of the new people who were joining the group these last 3 days. And I would like to say thanks to all of them. And many people don't know really what's really happened in the background of the Brazilian group, because they work a lot. They work like almost 24 hours, helping, giving workshops. I was talking this week, and we are having at least 2 or 3 weekly workshops about the cup of life that we know around Brazil. And we continue to try to make these interviews to spread the technology. And we always try to direct people, because in the past we had many problems here in Brazil with people that were trying to use the technology for other means. And we are trying also to, in our interviews in the groups, always direct people to act by the correct ethos of Cash Foundation, as Mr. Cash always directs us. And this was something I think that was very important, because people who come in our groups, they are already with this kind of structure there that the knowledge seekers already are doing naturally in the group. So they come in and they try to also help somehow, not just come in and try to make to grab something for themselves. So this is what we try to do always. So that's why we say a lot of this word in our group and in our teachings also about sharing, because I think that's the main thing.
Yes, I can sense the beautiful spirit, or the beautiful fields that are just circulating and moving around in the country. And even your leaders, I think, are paying attention as well, from what I've been reading. And of course, Brazil is one of the 3rd or 4th in space technology. So I'm sure they're wanting to bring this technology to Brazil and incorporate it into their program, into their space program, because they have a very advanced space program.
Yeah, I don't know much about it, to be honest, Mark, but I hope that they embrace the technology. That's what I really hope. And that we are trying to work here in the background. That's why we try to keep talking with the knowledge seeker here also, for them to start to do this work. As Mr. Cash always tried to point to us, and we keep repeating this in our meeting, that we are the Cash Foundation. So it's up to us to bring this to the officials, to bring this to the people. And we are really we have people in the background who work with letters. They are working now to send to agriculture of people who, for Minister of Agriculture, and they are continuously working on this to try to contact media and officials all the time. But as we always try to point, we try to keep the awareness of all the knowledge seekers that this is our work to do, not just to wait for something to happen. So I want to say thank you for the work of the Brazilian team. They are really doing an amazing work here in Brazil.
Thank you for freely sharing with all of us, Rafael. Okay, can we try Saeed? Saeed one more time before we go back to Alex, please? Let's see if he's in the list. No, I don't see him here. Keaton, are you working with Saeed? Are you able to share anything more, or what Saeed wanted to share? Okay, well, let's go back to
I
Alex.
send you the message, Mark. See it, please.
I don't see it yet. He did send something in Telegram. Okay, we have Dan's screen up. Now we have Jalal's screen. Again, it's the conference that's coming up in the beginning of November, and I'm sure it'll be on our telegrams and our Zooms. So we've seen the background of it a number of times, and hopefully Mr. Kesh will give them some secure footing and some new dimensions to look into, as he usually does that. Some of these conferences are the same old, but when Mr. Kesh comes in, I think he sets a lot of people, as he has done with us, quite straight about many things, or at least approximate what we thought we understood, as opposed to how the universe actually works. And especially the idea of peace in the universe, which we've all been misled about this thing. Okay, anyone would like to ask Alex anything? Jalal, do you have a question for Alex or anyone else here? I have one. While you're thinking, anyone would like to go ahead? Everyone understood what was conveyed? I've been thinking about this processing, Alex, and how we're trying to amalgamate the soul of physicality and the soul of the man together. And apparently, while you're in these units, much of that will be brought together, or a balancing or some sort of processing is going to go on. Do you think, and if the soul of the man is very close or amalgamated with the soul of physicality, that the knowledge will also, because we know our soul came to our creation, it has a double PhD in this knowledge, and if we get close to the soul, will the soul share this knowledge with the soul of physicality? Or will it just sort of be a natural thing where we don't use as many blackboards and other things? Because the soul does have quite an extensive knowledge, not all the knowledge in the universe, but a very, very extensive amount of knowledge.
There are 2 points to answer your question. And one of them is the bridge of knowing. We have to be able to cross this bridge. We don't have enough time to know everything. We are born with this knowledge, but we have to acknowledge the knowledge. And it isn't just a matter of accumulating the knowledge, it's using the knowledge. The second part of the question has to do with the rate of change. So we know that different plasma fields have different energy strengths, differences by orders of magnitude, while transfer states also have different energy strengths by orders of magnitude. And if we can lessen our dependence on the physical structure and enhance our trust, it really boils down to trust more than anything else. And I'll talk about that more next week. But the thing is that the soul operates on a higher level. So if we keep trying to interpret what the soul is doing on our physical level, then we are squeezing the soul into a funnel where it's disseminating the knowledge at a very slow rate. And you lose the context. You know, you just like, it's like taking a piece of paper and putting it through a hole punch and then trying to examine the paper by examining the confetti that you get from the hole punch. It just doesn't work. And it's the same thing when we dissect everything. You know, how do things work? And then we have these misconceptions and they get carried forward. And when we carry this forward, it's very entertaining. But, you know, when it's a life and death situation, I don't think we're too concerned about being entertained. So the problem actually for our society has come because the solutions that we have are not only deficient, but they're really breaking down. So the plasma science is offering new solutions to us, not to the universal community. Because when we look into the sky, it's well organized. It has always been well organized. It's been well organized all my life. So, you know, there are rules that the universe is following that are in direct opposition to the rules that we have on this planet. And I can clearly say that over the past few decades, that although our technology has increased, you know, shall we say, from typewriters to computers as a gradient, the quality of life has diminished and the respect for life has diminished. This is counterproductive, and it's shall we say opposite to the universal laws. So we have depended on people who are in positions to know better, who are paid to do the job, and you know, the job's not getting done. So it boils down to the last man standing. I mean, this is what it is. When I ended up in a situation where everything that I had was physically taken away from me, then, you know, what was I supposed to do? So it's fortunate for me that I did have a lot of training in this type of knowledge. And it's what kept me going, because for a lot of people, they would go into extremely severe depression. And there's no reason for that, because our experience is based on our beliefs. So it's raining today. One says, what a lousy day. And another says, oh, finally it's raining. You know, the crops will grow. But so the point of view of the individual affects the experience. So you experience from your belief. And this is what we need to do. In order to cross this bridge, we have to believe in our knowledge. And our knowledge doesn't come from our physical science, but it comes from the plasma science. So no amount of ignoring or suppression is going to stop that, because when you get involved with the universal community, they don't play poker. What's the point? They don't care what cards you're holding. They just look at your soul, and that's what they see. So there's no bluffing. And if you're malevolent, you're going to be lonely. That's just the way it is. So, you know, the sooner we accept it and understand it to our benefit, you know, and then that's the key, because our benefit is limited to the monthly rent or the monthly mortgage or the job that we have. But, you know, now it's coming to the point where if you don't have a passport, you don't have a livelihood. Well, that's not true. What is you don't have is the vocation of your choice, the vocation that you are educated in, the science that you are educated in. That option will be taken away from you. And this is what we're facing today. Well, you know, who's making the rules? So we can moan about it, or we can do something about it. And there are two things that we can do. Number one, we can take care of our own personal business. Number two, we can take care of the community business. That's the peace stone. I hope I've answered your question, Mark.
Yes, thank you. And you know, the universal community, some in the universal community are in the same situation we are, Mr. Kesh said, where they're trying to get back to the mother. Even though they hold hundreds of millions or billion years of knowledge, they're still trying to find the soul or get back to the creator, so to speak. Because he said if they knew how to fly with their souls, they would not be in the craft. So, and he's going to bring us and introduce us to the universal community as equals. So this amalgamation, getting the lion and the lamb to sleep in the same nest, the lion being the soul of physicality and the lamb being the soul of the man, we're trying to amalgamate them and have them sleep and eat in the same nest together and build some sort of very close relationship. And so maybe the knowledge then is shared more from the soul to the soul of physicality. And we wouldn't have to go through blackboards and this
Mark,
and that. Yes.
no, the soul is sharing all the time. It's the reception. That's where the
We don't have the
limit.
ear to hear. And that's
Yeah,
why I like the idea of this processing, whether you're on an airline or you're in one of these smaller systems, you're being processed on a continual basis. And I think all of us need this processing in a greater or lesser, to a greater or lesser extent. Would someone else like to pose a question? And I also am admiring all the resources that the Portuguese language community is providing for the knowledge seekers that are coming on board. There's such an amount of knowledge that they work so hard and put so many different things in so many different places and providing so many resources for the knowledge seekers to find and to explore and to share. And that's very beautiful. So again, thank you to the language community, the Portuguese language community. And of course, we'll all be in one community very, very soon.
I would just like to add, Mark, is as you know, my particular journey started with Raphael a year ago, October 14, 2020. And I can't believe a year has gone by. But, you know, we were able to replicate it with the Italian community and the Spanish community. And we are primed to spread this out to the other communities because now we have a template to deal with. But the great success of the Brazilian community, salute the entire Brazilian community and the outstanding support that they've thrown behind Raphael and Darianne, who have been the poster childs for the Brazilian community. And they've taken a lot of abuse. All that shows is that they are on the right path. And the thing that has to come across, not only for the Brazilian community, but every other community, is to make sense of this abuse. Because if you have an abundant, benevolent future, why the opposition? Why the opposition? What do you have that is worth hanging on to that you wouldn't trade for what the future is? It just doesn't make sense. So this is where the trust comes in to the soul. And the question becomes, which soul, which connection, which field strength, which knowledge, and also which bridge you're going to cross. So I salute the Brazilian community for demonstrating to the world what it takes to accomplish under duress, the stick-to-itiveness, the determination, and the sincerity, and all the beauty that comes with it.
I agree. And there was one time, maybe a while ago, where they asked me to go visit someone from Brazil. And it was about 50 miles away. And, you know, I was getting everything ready for them. It was a family of four, I think 2 children and a husband and wife, and they were under the quarantine and everything. But as I was preparing things, I made the cup of life, and I couldn't believe it. I had such strong intention to want to help them that that cup, it was like snowing. I mean, there was so much GANs being made, and it made more than I ever had made before. And it elevated me as well. I think it was very successful. I never really did get any feedback, but I think I did once from the mother, and she was very, very pleased that we were able to help her family. But it just elevated me to be able to serve them, even though in a way it felt like I was kind of going out of my way, and it was sort of a last minute thing. But it really elevated me. And this is the point, the universal community, it's how much they give or how much they serve is important to them, as opposed to what we do here on this planet, how much we take or how much we get. So this serving is a very crucial key to be able to work in and around the universal community, I think. So it was very good that we were able to do that. And it was early on in the game, I know that. And I think it witnessed to many people in Brazil. I think they heard about this, and it was a very positive for the family and very positive for me as well. Would anyone else like to come in? We have a few knowledge seekers here. So I think the processing is very important, and it's going to be going on whether you're under the ocean or up to the moon or just flying on a local. So everybody's going to be receiving some of this processing as they interact with these systems. And Mr. Cash said there's even, he has a bigger surprise planned for us next week, perhaps. I don't know what that could be, but it's something. I mean, what was just revealed is just so phenomenal with these units and systems. It's just beautiful. Never before seen, beyond imagination. And this is really a wow factor. If no one else is going to come in here, I'd like to go to the Dome of Peace, but we have plenty of time for open discussion here. I want to thank, did Leanna join us? Yes, she did. What a beautiful over voice you did on these systems. I thought you came across very warm and very nice, as you did in the original video that I saw that you produced. And I know you brought some of your work into the reactor group as well. And Rick had so many pictures, he didn't know what to do with them. But we had a lot of fun there. And obviously you're pursuing the knowledge and sharing the knowledge. And it's a very beautiful thing you and Jed are doing down there. I'm sure you're touching many, many souls. But thank you for your over voice there, or voiceover, they call it.
Thank you. I don't know if my connection is good because my
Excellent.
home Wi-Fi isn't on. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's excellent, Leanna.
Oh, nice. Thank you so much. It was really last minute, the request for the voiceover, and I'm like a tiny bit of a perfectionist, so I wanted to maybe do it better, but I think it came out just fine. And honestly, the gift is the technology and what it means and the implications of it. And yeah, we're pretty excited.
It was very professional and
thank
very
you.
warm, and your fields came through beautifully on that.
Mahalo.
I'm sorry, it just faded out, Leanna. Thank you.
Oh, I wasn't saying
There you
anything. I'm
go.
just,
There you go. You're
I
back.
wasn't saying anything. I was just feeling.
Right. And Leanna and Jed have shared with us in the working with animals, working with people, working with power systems. And so they really have touched across the whole range, and of course, reaching out to the others in their community and holding some workshops. And
I can
I'm sure
I
you've
can
touched
share one
many.
little
Please.
story from this week.
Thank you, dear.
I can share. There's always updates, right? Well, this past week, all of our like friend group, amongst our friend group, a cold got passed around, and everybody saw, oh my gosh, Jed and Leanna's kids got better in like 2 days, 4 days. And they were just, their symptoms were lingering on. And of course, these are friends we've already given GANs to. They've already been helped by the GANs. But again, we like resupplied them with GANs, fresh amino acids, and everything. And then, of course, as soon as they start actually doing the protocol, their kids are getting better right away also. And it's just nice to, I mean, it's more than nice. It's amazing to have access to medicine that responds to so many different symptoms and conditions and can help people so drastically. And one of my friends, her son had been having pretty serious, we would say, developmental delays. And she was starting to worry like something was wrong with him. He's 2.5. And she wants to actually put a official testimonial together for her story, but she's on like 3 weeks now of following the like prevention protocol, basically 1 cup 1 life, using it, putting cup 1 and 2 in the bath, spraying him, running the diffuser. He's drinking cup 1 water now every day. And he has basically gone from non-communicative, non-verbal really, to starting to say a bunch of words. He wouldn't interact with other kids at all, really. He always wanted to be alone. And now he's like playing and interacting with all the other kids in the group. And so it was like a very drastic, noticeable shift in his behavior. And she's just like so amazed and so thankful. And I really encouraged her after the story about the orphanage in Iran. And I hope that, you know, more people can start sharing the GANs with everyone in their lives. Like Mark, how you said it's not, like it was a little bit inconvenient. I feel like sharing GANs is always inconvenient because people look at you like you're crazy, or they have all this resistance to it and everything. But man, it's so worth it, and it's so beautiful. Like even like the skeptics, like my mom, like, you know, I encouraged her to make the cup, so she made it, and then she dumps like the GANs down the toilet because she starts to she's like doubting she never listened to understand, so she's like was offended by certain things that contradicted her understanding and her religion. And anyways, so she dumps the GANs, then I send her GANs, then she dumps that one. And but then whenever I see her and she comes here, I'm like, she has a headache. I spray her head down with water, the plasma water at the base of the neck and the forehead. And then within like 30 seconds, her headache is gone. So even the people who are skeptical or they're like resisting and they don't want it can still be touched and reached. And I don't know. 1 cup 1 life is changing the community and it's changing the world, but it's slow. You know, it's really slow, but at the same time, we can feel the momentum building, and we're super encouraged to be a part of ushering in the new era with these tools that Mr. Kesh has given us. So
That's
that's my
very
little
touching, very touching.
testimonial.
You've elevated the parents, you've elevated the child, and probably a lot of others who are going to notice the change in that child and start asking, what happened? What did you do? How, why is he in? Yes, be very
Yeah.
beautiful. Beautiful.
She's documenting everything because she realizes what a big deal it is. And she's like, I have to put a legit testimonial together. I'm like, yes, you do. This is a big deal, you know? So yeah, you know, we just try to share it with everybody. Like we kind of became those crazy plasma people, but we don't even care. You just come with the love and the correct ethos and don't really worry about how it's received. Just know that for those who are humble enough to receive it, they're going to be able to, and it's going to change the world.
Excellent. Beautiful. And that's what Mr. Kesh referred to, as well as many of these institutions they're going to be free too. When you have a person with multiple personalities and they lock them up and they're highly intelligent people. And we put them in institutions and keep them there for their entire life, or orphanages, as you referred to. So the jails are also going to be another point. He even said about someone going in the unit in handcuffs and being processed. So maybe not in one day, but over time, you're going to see it's someone that is now a productive member of society. So this is just the wow factor is just tremendous. And thank you for sharing, Leanna. And Jed. We send Jed our warmest.
Thinks he's out in the yard with the kids. Thank you so much.
Saeed is back.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you,
I'm back.
Saeed. I'm glad you persisted. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I have no video, but I mean, from your side,
take your
doesn't
time.
allow me to video. I'm
I'm
sorry.
You can take your time. We have all the time.
No, from your side, you have to let me do a video. But I want to say hello to everybody. My apologies for the sound problem. I changed my system and I'm back online. Thank you so much for letting me speak. I want to invite everybody to Zoom in or come in. We have a Las Vegas Cosmic Consciousness in Disclosure 3.5-day event in person and Zoom in live with number of scientists and Mr. Kesh, Professor Kesh. And we want to invite everybody to Zoom in or come in. And you can go to 5devents.com, number 5-letter D events.com, or newhumanitymovement.com. We are a bunch of researchers. We've been doing this 5 years. And we are very glad Mr. Kesh is joining us Saturday, November 6th from 10 a.m. Pacific time, PST time zone, 10 a.m. November 6th, Saturday, until 11, 1 hour. We're speaking with him about different subjects. And basically, we have other scientists and researchers that over 30 or more speakers. You can check them online. All of them, their credentials are very high, and subjects of from science, space science, ufology, alien disclosure, super soldiers. We got cosmic speakers. We got consciousness speakers. We have health and wellness speakers talking about new ways of protecting your body against viruses. We have a number of good doctors speaking and coming in. We have business coaches also, and different. The 5D means 5 levels of dimensional that every human need to have: health and wellness, consciousness, science, and business and spirituality to develop his life. Otherwise, one is missing. The life is not fully accomplished. So we want to welcome everybody to Zoom in. The streaming is $99 for the whole event. And on the website, 5devents.com, number 5-letter D events.com. And we welcome everybody. And if you would like to come in, the tickets online. We would love to have you if you're in America or you flying into US. So thank you so much for letting me speak. Thank you.
Yes. Anyone have any questions? Is that T-shirt something like Wing Makers? I remember going on their website and seeing something similar to that with these wings on it, and we had a little
The wings,
discussion.
the wings is our spiritual logo of New Humanity Movement, and the way it came around was very significant. The way we designed it, and a lot of things happen with that, come into a design like that, and we mixed the crop circle of transformation in the middle with the wings of ascension of Egypt and Persia and all the ancient the wings of sun disk, and it's very complicated spiritually. That's an hour of explanation of all that stuff.
So is this a virtual conference, or people can actually physically attend?
No, we have a capability of 500 people, actually 400 and something seats. In-person event, we also Zoom in, streaming live on the website 5devents.com or 5dstream.com, you know. Number 5 letter D stream.com or 5devents.com. The links there for $99 streaming. And we got over 30 speakers, 3.5 days, and you will love it. There's different subjects. You know, we're a bunch of researchers for 5-6 years. We're doing this, and it's an awesome things for people like you, your groups that they're into truth and truth movements and number of other subjects we are touching bases.
Are you involved in the Keshe Foundation in the United States, or are you in another country? Are you a knowledge seeker as well?
I'm a Persian, 45 years in US citizen, and in Las Vegas residing. And we've been Zooming with Skyping and Zooming with Mr. Keshe, Professor Keshe, for a number of years.
Okay,
I think over
great.
5 years, different events. We missed him a couple of years. He was busy in China, but we are basically, I'm a researcher in a number of sciences. I'm not very deeply oriented in physics, but like you guys, but in number of cosmic studies, I'm very oriented and very knowledgeable on ET disclosure and all the ET developments past 20 years. I've been, my name is up there for those kind of stuff. And, you know, we are slowed down because once you get into deeply in a space science, every eye is on you. And, you know, we had to slow down a little bit, but events are great. And, you know, we can touch bases on personal face-to-face with people who come and visit us every year and stuff like that. There are a few hundred people follow us, they come in, and more than a few hundred, they Zoom in or stream live.
That's excellent. Excellent. And of course, you know about the 6622, our potential flight to the moon and back without any fuel and without any wings. Mr. Keshe has proposed that this will be something for the world to see. I believe it's going to be something for the world to see.
That'd be an awesome event. Definitely.
Yes, very much so. I mean, the technology is just so far advanced from what we're used to. It just seems like magic in some.
Yeah, we have all the technologies from free energy to you know, we have everything. We go to other planets and secret projects, and that's what some of our super soldiers been. They speak in 5-10 of them. They've been to other planets and many other projects, secret projects that we have everything. Yeah, I mean already, but in a public level, like you say, we have to build our own commercial vehicles to get off the solar system. But that's a big challenge, getting off the solar system, you know.
Well, he did say if you know how to run these new systems, you can go to the closest star and come back in the same day. So there's
Correct.
yeah, there's so many things that are beyond the imagination of the man in the medical, in the agricultural, in the space travel, and in the energy production.
And our group, New Humanity Movement, we're looking for investors to build our first next. It would take 7 years, I was told, to build our vehicle, which of course Mr. Keshe has already have the technology, but I'm saying in our neck of wood, we need the money, and there are people who can join us and build the first IFO, you know, not the UFO, identify flying object, and we can create the first commercial, you know, whatever it takes, you know. I mean, we need that vehicle, and once we publicize it, they will not suppress it, because if we put it in the news, most likely they will not kill us. Yeah, that's the name of the game.
Thank you for your contributions. But the feeding with fields, isn't that amazing? That we don't actually need the physical food, because our body just conveys that across the wall of the intestine, the energies. And if we can learn how to absorb that, and of course, deep space, you, as Mr. Kesh said, you cannot take all the doctors you need or all the food you need or everything else. So there's a new way that we're going. And this is so
yeah, it's
beautiful.
currently there's replicators that can replicate any food or water, like Keshe Foundation has that too. And, you know, I mean, that is not an issue. The issue is passing Van Allen belt and the technology we're using and all above, you know. I mean, that's a different field of science that I'm not technically oriented on that, but we have the people who can build a IFO, and or Mr. Keshe has the formula. So that's maybe in the future we can coordinate all these efforts to build the first flying disc getting off the solar system.
Well, you've seen it. You've seen it in the last workshop, right? This small flight.
I've seen the videos, yes.
Yes, the flight enhancement system, yes.
Yes. Well, getting off the ground is one thing, and going over speed of light, that's something else. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the technology and what you want to do, or what kind of system runs the power, you know, the power system of the IFO.
Yes, we know when they first developed the automobile, your eyes were going to pop out of your head if you went past 30 miles an hour. But now we can go.
That's a good example.
Yeah, many, and Mr. Kesh used that example, but I've heard it before as well. And it's very beautiful. The work is just overwhelming and very humbling.
Correct.
For many of us.
Yeah.
And
I'm typing in the event .com 5devents.com on the chat, so everybody can check it out. And you know,
well, we always all serve in different ways, and I know Mr. Kesh is very firm that there are no weapons allowed in space. So hopefully your IFO does not carry any weaponry, because that seems to always be a controversy in some of these conferences, that they're here to take over, or they're going to eat you, or there's some good ones and there's some bad ones, and we've got to protect ourselves from the bad ones. And then, you know, we have these programs, Solar Warden and all these other sort of things. And I've heard some of these people that said they've been to Mars and they're having conflicts there with some of the locals or something. I mean, some of this is quite far-fetched as far as what.
Well, Mars has different beings on it after the catalysm. My English, sorry.
Catholicism, yes.
Catalysis. What happened in Mars? Then they nuked it, and they went underground. So we have a lot of underground beings, all kinds of different beings in Mars existing. And there's water and the air is good. They're lying to us. So we got all kind of evidence from different whistleblowers that everything is great in Mars. But like you say, there are antagonistic reptilians and that they don't want us getting off the planet. They shape-shifting in the governments, and they show themselves as politicians all over the world and different rich people or whatever cabal or so we got different problems with the reptilians under the Earth planet and reptilians outside, different races, like you mentioned, in the universe. So the moment they see we are armed, we are toast because their technology is far ahead of us. So they can even destroy the Earth right now as we speak, but that's not their plan. And the plan is different. Their plan is to shape-shift between humans and change the planet accordingly to their needs. And they're sucking everything out of the Earth and the people, and they're ruling the Earth with all these fancy cabals. So with their money and power and governmental hierarchies from queen to the, that's a different talk. We don't want to get
Yeah,
into
it
that
does make a good
on recording.
story. I mean, it makes a good fairy tale, I think, but Mr.
I think that's why he have white hair, a lot of white hair.
But the universe is a peaceful place.
I've seen a reptilian, a very prominent rich person face to face, which his eyes went reptilian when I asked him about a number of alien stuff, and he got very angry and about himself being a reptilian, and his eyes went like the reptilian cat. So I mean reptilian aliens. So that scared my pants off, and I left him right away out of the party. I met him in having a drink. So that tells you things are real as it is.
They are, if they are real, even you can give them from the higher source. So
we are different beings on the same planet. It's okay. We respect every being. This is a cosmic party for all beings. It's not just for humans. But if Chinese or Russians or somebody else want to just have the moon or Mars to themselves with the weapons, that'd be the end of the Earth also, because they already said we will not allow a nuclear stuff out of the planet. So they already warned us about that. All the universe would be against us if we do that.
There is one quote from Mr. Cash. He said, I bring you to the space equal to the others. So your space is outside your body. So wherever you go, you are equal for each and one.
That's right.
Yes, and as he's indicated, the reason there's no war is because they create everything they want out of their wishes. So why would you even have to fight anybody for anything? And it all comes from the creator, and it's all going to return to the same creator. So why are we fighting, and why would they be here to do something like that? But anyway, that's again, we're not gonna go over that.
That's an eon problem over millions of years. Different races in the universe, they try to be first and destroy everybody else. So it's been many wars in the galaxies, many years and eons. So this is nothing new. And
maybe
Earth
Mr.
just
Kesh will bring that subject up at your conference.
that'd be a good talk. Yeah. Exactly.
But they do portray these what you call reptilians, and maybe they're just a flower, but they're creating this image so that you won't bother them or something like that. But yes, I've always seen these things with big teeth, and they like to eat human. It just didn't. I wasn't sure about it, but now hearing Mr. Kesh and what he's conveyed to us, that's just more or less a fairy tale.
Well, they've been before us in this planet, before humans arrived from different races from different parts of the universe. They brought them here, like the Japanese, a different race, or American Indians, a different Pleiadians. They brought the American Indians, and this kind of stuff in our research we found out. So this became a new laboratory from all the species of the universe to come and live and be unified, which is a great planet. I mean, the water planet or blue planet, they call it. I mean, we have great stuff in this planet that not many planets have.
No question.
That's why they come and visit us for the minerals.
This is one of the most beautiful places in the matter state, or the most beautiful place in the matter state. But they didn't come here for gold. I mean, they could have gone to any asteroid and take more gold than's ever been mined on this planet. So I think that's
they can create synthetic. They can create synthetic gold themselves. It wasn't about gold. It was more about I don't know. That's a very deep subject you touch, and
no problem.
I need to touch other members of the research to find out why Anunnaki came at the first place. There was mostly to tweak our genes because the giants they became very violent, and they were destroying the planet. The giants, and they had to remove the giants, so they had to regenerate our genes to become more universal like them. They gave us the Atma, the cosmic seed, and that's what is that's why we want to join the cosmos right now, because of that. They call it Atma, the cosmic seed inside us, inside our being, and all the levels of the being we have, etheric and physical and stuff. We need to be a cosmic being before being a physical being.
Yes, we all serve in different ways, and we wish you much success.
It's a lot of talking.
Yeah, beautiful. No, we all serve in different ways. So again, I think you're in the right direction for sure. Obviously, everyone has wondered, man has always wanted to fly and find his position, or why he was created and so on. So these are all very big questions, and they're very beautiful.
And we don't need the vehicles to, there is a stargates, number of stargates in the planet that they took over, a few of them in Iraq. In Iraq, they destroyed, or they removed, or they hide the stargates. There was we know in Egypt there's been many stargates. They, so they, in India, we've seen evidence of stargates. So stargates, you can jump in, and it's a matter of fast moving towards the gate to another dimension, and whether you can come back, that's a different story. But a lot of people have seen those stargates. In Peru, we had whistleblower, and I've been to Peru myself, in Marcahuasi. Marcahuasi, it's an area that a lot of UFOs come and go, and there's a stargate in the mountain that a lot of people know the location, but I didn't have the chance to travel to Marcahuasi. It's a city in Peru.
Said, with your knowledge and
I agree.
The meeting which will come with Mr. Cash, I think he will be a resident knowledge seeker with us here.
I think so. I agree.
His knowledge is above all of us, and he's a great speaker, and his research is scientist. I honor him, and he's my teacher.
Yes, he carries the totality with him.
Yeah, I wish he was in US, or someday things have changed. He can travel, and things would be better, or we can come to Europe. I've done events in London, and a lot of people, 5 years ago, a lot of people freaked out with our speakers and knowledge we brought to London, and they were opposing us. What is this stuff you're talking about? At that time, English people were not as sophisticated and knowledgeable as Americans. We were way ahead of them.
Very good. So we support
very
your
much.
efforts. Go ahead, Selena.
Yeah, whatever he's saying, 100% true. Thank you for that.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah. Thank you.
We also would like to make a documentary or short movie or long movie, depending on the investor, to bring all the disclosure about extraterrestrials and ufology to the screen for public. But that's a big investment, and people want the write-up for the movie to give them, and we cannot write this stuff up because it might get to the wrong hands.
Very well.
So we gotta make a movie between ourselves with our own script based on not sharing it with public investor to because this stuff is so crucial. They will shut it down. There was a movie about Anunnakis that they shut down, and they didn't let it go on public a few years ago. And these subjects are very touchy, and they don't want everybody know about this stuff. So
yes,
we are very careful how we do things.
And there was so many of them that were hiding the soul from us for so long, from the clergy to others, and not
All of them,
allowing
yeah.
us to find out more about our soul, that it's within us. and
Exactly.
come to our creation, and it doesn't need
exactly
saving. And it's a very beautiful teaching Mr. Kesh has in the totality. I don't think there's a question he cannot answer from our level.
Vatican has 8 miles of underneath Vatican. There's 8 miles of artifacts of aliens and books and knowledge that they don't want to release it to public. So, and they know everything in the history because they survived many years of happenings that we were not here. So one of the keys is in Vatican's. That's why they wanted to what you call it, bless the aliens with the holy water. I don't know. They had to create a news like that to let the people know aliens are real.
Well, you're familiar with Mitraism. Mr. Kesh revealed to us that the Vatican is built on top of the temple of Mitra.
I'm Persian, so I'm familiar to a certain degree. I didn't study it,
Ahura Mazda,
but
yes.
all the old religions go back to Mitraism, correct?
So there's a lot yet to be revealed. I'll be so happy when we can just sit down and get many of these questions answered.
Well, we need to create a university like your organization has. That's another project, all the university stuff that we can develop all these knowledge and teach it to other people. But then, who's got the energy, time, and money to do all this stuff? So we need bigger organizations for. That's why we just starting New Humanity Movement that we can maybe some of you guys can jumpstart the organization worldwide, and we can go forward and make something serious out of this for the future generation, our kids. I have 5 kids. I have 5 kids that they cannot connect. They said, "Dad, we don't understand this stuff." I say, "Yeah, it's too late," because they wouldn't let us to teach you guys, even in the same house. The kids they don't have time. They said, "Dad, text me. I don't have time. I have 2 jobs or university or this." So our new generation is all messed up. It's all programmed. It's all what's going to happen when we move to a different world? Our kids, what is it going to happen to them? They're in a AI controlled system. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's a system that you
sorry,
don't
sorry,
wish for
sorry
the
to jump
kids.
in, Said. But you know,
I'm sorry?
you speak about financial and energies and time. You know, you can do all of that. And there is one thing, all outside the Kesha Foundation teachings, they missed. Your children is created by you, and they are connected to you. So if you learn and you are advanced in a higher level with emotion and soul level, so you can reach them very easy. So they do not need to go in the physicality, teaching and learning. You can reach them by that. I'm
You
telling
mean
you, I'm telling you,
telepathically.
I'm telling you, yes. I will see you here with us in 6 and 8 months, 9 months from
So,
here.
yes. And of course,
God willing.
your true children come out of your soul in the future.
God willing, you know, I mean, things can change in the world overnight, you know.
They're about to, because
It's already changed.
Yeah, we've had the Industrial Revolution, and now we're having the plasma revolution on this planet.
14th of this month is already changed.
You guys are my teachers, so let's go ahead and change the world, you know.
Your teacher is in the front of you. Just look at the participant. You see him there.
Right.
But still, we can talk openly.
Well, that's a blessing. We still can talk openly and share our ideas and thoughts and our formulas and projects and all above. Technology, you know, and that's a blessing. We are still human, not AI, that they're pushing us to become AI with the vaccines or other things, projects they have with different levels of chemtrailing in US or you know, GMO food or all the viruses, all the other projects, psychotronics, or, you know, I mean, I don't want to get into that talk, but, you know, they're trying to dumb us down. And past 10 years, they dumbed the Americans a lot in US with the technologies they have, not to be advanced thinkers. Now we have 300 million dummies running around, instead of moving the humanity to the next level. They're dumbed down. They don't know what to do now. You know, the people are bogged down with many financial problems, disease problems, and jobs, or they don't have time even to think anything else. That's the stuff we're getting from research in US.
Yes, Hassan says in the chat, watch the 402nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. You will find many answers to your interrogations. Mr. Kesh always said that 1/3 of the inhabitants of this planet are not humans. The universe is peaceful. And they're just
Correct.
hiding in the clothes of the man. You know, Mr. Kesh says one of the ones I remembered was, he said, the governments are hoping this guy is going to go away. He said, but this guy, speaking of himself, he said, this guy is not going away, because this is not a guy. This is something else in the clothes of a man.
Exactly.
And so 1/3 of the inhabitants on this planet might even be your wife. He said their souls are not from here. They've just taken on the physicality to have an experience here in the matter state, as I understand.
Correct.
Okay, I will go and integrate her if she is alien.
I'm sorry, say that again. I cannot hear you very well. Can you
I'm
talk?
speaking about my wife. Mark said maybe it's your wife.
I'm just saying, it could be your mailman and other people you interact with, a coworker.
Oh, you, Mark, always you put us in trouble.
No, we're not in trouble at all. We're finding out what's really going on here.
I experienced all above, even many years ago, 10 years, 10 20 years ago, they used to call me at work and make fun of me. I knew that they were sabotaging me. Even I had my own business, they will interfere in the business.
Yes. Yes.
So, you know, there's too many agencies, too many things going around from different governments. You know, you can't fight everybody. You know, you can't fight the system. You might as well join them, but we are not joining them.
No.
So we have our own community, even if it's small, even few people can change the world. Like all the history of man, few people change the world. We don't need millions. Few people, like Mr. Kesh.
This knowledge is coming out of Iran. You know that, right? It's going to be shared with all the governments. You know the drone that was captured.
Yeah, I know.
You know the drone story. In 2011, yeah, the drone that was captured by Iran.
Yeah, they copycatted,
And
they reverse engineered.
Well, no, Mr. Kesh said they used the Kesh plasma technology to land the drone intact.
Yes, I heard that too. Yes,
and for 10 years they never admitted it. Well, just in the last 4 or 5 months, they publicly admitted that they used the Kesh plasma technology to land the
that's
drone.
why Iran still stands, because, like you say, they could probably bring all the planes down with the technology and the missiles or whatever. So I'm not deeply involved in that thought, but I've heard about that, correct?
Yes, for defensive purposes, that's right. But watch the 402. I think you may find a few answers in there. Beautiful. And
What's the website? What's the website for that?
It's right on YouTube, Knowledge Seekers Workshop, Kesh Foundation. You'll find the 402 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And very beautiful. And there's so many of them.
I will do that.
Yes. Thank you for joining us today. And we will be there.
We will put it in the chat here. If you enter, you can copy it.
I'm sorry, say it again.
We will put it here in chat. You will see it.
Yes, sir. You know,
Dan already put it in the chat. So all you do is click on that link in the chat and it'll take you right there. Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, thank you for letting me speak, and hopefully to meet you guys soon.
Thank you, Saeed. That's a pleasure to hear from you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hassan says, book a ticket to Linz. Units are visible there. True. Okay, can we cover the Dome of Peace, which we did not cover last week? Is there anyone else who'd like to, I don't know what that is. Is there anyone else who'd like to add anything here?
You know, Mark, still we didn't pull his leg.
That's okay. He's a knowledge seeker.
Yeah.
It's a knowledge seeker. He's observing his creation. The creator is still learning as well, as I understand it. Yes? From his own creation. Anyone else? That was quite a bit of interaction there. Anyone else have any thoughts or suggestions they'd like to bring up? Doug McDonald says, Mr. Kesh has fearlessly stirred the alphabet ant's nest for years, and they have thrown everything at him, but he just moves forward. Yes, I wonder if we do this in other locations, if we'll have to have the patience and the perseverance that Mr. Kesh has to accomplish this, or will it be a different situation if we ended up on a certain location where they're doing all the things we're doing here, and it may not be easy, but it's definitely doable. And again, many of the suffering and the pain you have to go through and the disgust in the matter state, but I guess that's part of elevating certain places and certain locations. And this is what the unification of the universe is about.
By the way, Mark, the teaching we brought today, 103 and 104, the feeding station is there, the knowledge of feeding station.
Yes, we're seeing some of the ships not being unloaded. So as he said, if they're going to use food to create mayhem, that it will be immediately, some of this feeding technology will be immediately released. So checkmate. And I think he used checkmate in one of the last workshop. Okay, today is the day on Sunday, the Dome of Peace, and we are taking the Gans waters and we are spraying them at noon CET or 18 p.m. 6 hours later, a CET every Sunday at the same time. Let's hear Mr. Kesh read this.
Are you sharing something, Mark?
Yes, hang on.
No problem. Yeah, no problem.
Sorry.
Okay, I will look. I will look for it. I don't know if anyone wants to read this.
Oh, I just have trouble with this audio connecting ever since that last update, but we'll get it.
Okay, I will look. I will look for it. I don't know if anyone wants to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So this is one of our projects on Sunday and every day. As we know, you can release the Gans waters at any time. And I've been going out very regularly and spraying around the town that I live in, and we're creating a peace dome here. And we're also elevating the soul of this planet to bring about a condition, a peaceful, permanent condition. And so I'm very with this. And even though I don't maybe see any immediate results, I know what's going to happen, and the GANS goes out, it knows what to do, it knows where to go. And
Well, Mark, can I intervene just 1 second?
Oh, sure.
I would like to see to Lena, send to your mother more gases to throw them in the sewers.
Leanna, yeah, her mother's doing a great job releasing this, as Mr. Kesh said, that first rinse or on the GANS. Well, she did make her own cup, she said, but then she poured it out. But that's very good because of the fact that you're releasing trillions or billions of these little suns into the environment that'll find their way to balance all kinds of situations. But it was interesting. There was not far from me last year, there was a murder. There was a triple murder, double or triple murder. I'm not even sure. In one of the houses near me. I don't know what happened there, but some young people, I don't know. But anyway, I had to bring my car to some place and I dropped it off, which wasn't far. And I walked home and I stopped in the front of the house. It's a little scary because the house has been abandoned and the shades are, broken, and it looks like they took off the gas meters off the house. But I was just thinking, and I just wanted to replicate what Mr. Kesh has done in the cemeteries, and when he sees a hearse, and I was just speaking to the souls in that house, if they were still there, that it was okay to move on, that release those souls. And I was going to spray there today, but then I didn't have any. When I came back home, I had already used it. But I'm going to do that the next Sunday. I don't have to wait till next Sunday to do it, but I'm going to do that very soon and just spray around that property and create some sort of peaceful condition and elevate any souls that are there that are still clinging here, that it's okay to move on. So I hope you'll all take it to heart, what Mr. Kesh has asked us to do on Sunday. And I know people ask me, are you still doing that? And I said, yeah, I'm still doing that. And they don't really say anything, whether, that's crazy or anything like that. But we know what we can do. And this is just another way of manifesting and using the GAN's waters. They've been doing this in China for many years. And across the planet, we see it in Brazil, we see it in Mexico, and we see it here as well, Canada included, Germany. So all these little domes are going to connect up at some point. And I'm thinking when these universal, I was just thinking that when these universal systems start, and he said, you don't know what I'm building with this network of systems. And I was thinking that the GANs will sort of, where we sprayed, will have a very soft glow to it. And then we'll finish the rest of the spraying, where at night or at dusk, you can sort of see a luminescence. And then we'll just fill in the rest of the areas on this planet. But we may just end up using fields to do that as well, without any actual GAN's water. So it's a very beautiful undertaking. And it's not anything out of your reach. And if you don't think it's real, just continue with it and become part of the spraying on Sunday. It's a coordinated effort and it will continue until we bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Anyone want to make any comments? And of course, it's very easy. There's really a spray bottle. And again, even if you don't have the GAN's water or the spray bottles, you can just radiate out your fields and provide them wherever you'd like to send them, or just universally open up and allow those fields to go up to create this permanent feature. We don't always have to see to believe in what we're doing. And as Mr. Kesh said, blessed are those who believe without seeing in the matter state. But I still want that coffee cup to come up to my lips, Jalal.
Try and do.
Even if the coffee cup doesn't move, I still want to taste the coffee. But again, this could be all on the field level. And Leanna says, yes, we pour cup 1 GANs and water in the oceans and down the drains, as well to spread the fields as far and wide as possible. Sometimes I think spreading the GANs that way is the most effective way to make a change. And again, there's got to be billions or trillions of these little suns in one little jar of GANs. It looks like it's not much, but if you were to know, they're just tiny little suns that know where to go and what to do. They have an intelligence. And I thought Mr. Kesh said we designed these things this way. I could be wrong, but
Mark, the teaching of 103 where he teach you how to make this food device. And when you calculate how many fields are interact there, Mr. Cash, he said, we need some professor in math to make that. And it come to
No question.
near the conclusion, it's a trillions of field of interactions, which is whatever you wish, you just call the name and you have it, because you are already experiencing. So the program is, you have it, so just you call, and don't worry about the copy. You will have all of them.
And I'm sure the soul of this planet is actually seeing what we're doing and probably is encouraging us to do it, but not enough people are doing it, maybe, perhaps. And when we reach a certain level, the soul of this planet will be brought into a peaceful situation. So the more the merrier, and you can all feel free to get on board. I know sometimes it's inconvenient. You have this to do or that to do, or you don't want to get up early and so on and so forth. But I think it's a sacrifice that's very beautiful, and it's really no sacrifice at all, knowing that you're serving the entire planet as well as the soul of this planet, which needs to be brought into a permanent, peaceful condition. Anyone else would like to add anything? Thank you, Dan.
I keep my art in my heart always.
You keep your art, what did you say?
Art in my heart.
I'm missing the word. I don't understand. I keep my
Art in my heart.
You keep your art in your heart.
Art, E-A-R-T-H.
You keep the earth in your heart.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, my
yes.
art.
Yes, this is, we're from the blue planet. We're not going to say we're from Iran or the United States or Mexico. We're going to say we're from the blue planet. And
Yes.
the interaction of the sun created this planet, and the interaction of this planet with itself and the environment and the fields of the universe created our soul, as I understand it. And we see that in the bumper in the cycle of creation, which I may play at the end here, which is about 17 minutes long. So we can do that. But again, even in the little bumpers that we play before the Knowledge Seekers workshop, there's so much hidden in there. Some is very apparent, but there's, Mr. Kesh said, there's many little secrets or big secrets hidden just in these little bumpers with the atom or the creation of life, the cycle of creation, and so on. So don't just skip past those. Take them to heart. And there's a lot of meaning in these little bumpers. And we want to thank all the people that worked on creating them as well, because they're very beautiful. I mean, I've showed them once to someone, and they just, they have a different take on things, I think. It really impacts them. So we can all learn from just the little bumpers. Like I said, the knowledge is so widespread and so deep that we kind of miss most of it, but we're going to get there. We are getting there, step by step. Anyone else, please? Or shall I play the cycle of creation and we can close the meeting? Would anyone have any other questions for Alex? We are on such a very close, beautiful situation here. And then the others are going to start seeing more and come on board, because many people have to see to believe. But as knowledge seekers, we believe first and then we see later sometimes.
We feel first, then believe.
Thank you, Selena. Anyone else, anything they would like to share, anything about what's going on? I didn't get a chance to play the new systems.
You said we believe that we see. We saw. We already seen the effect. So we do not need to see more.
Mhm.
We already believe that.
Or as
Yeah.
Mr. Keshi says, we make them believe and then they'll see.
They're all the testimonial. We have thousands of testimonials, so we do not need to see anymore.
Yes, and as these processing centers are set up across the United States, which I hope is still on the card, we're going to have so many testimonials coming out of these things. I think Arizona will be the first one where one after the other is just these beautiful, beautiful testimonies. So similar to what Leanna had said about her friends and so on in the community down there in Hawaii with the child that was rather maybe slightly autistic or something, but has just started to open up and show its beauty. So the parents became elevated, the child is elevated, the friends will notice the difference, and they'll all be asking, what happened? What did you do? What doctor did you go to? And we're going to bring this to the jails and to the other institutions where people are confined for no good reason other than we don't understand the creator. And of course, the jobs and everything else that people don't want that happening because that'll affect their job or something. Gosh. But we're going to see some great, great things. As we saw with Naomi, I mean, brain rebuilding systems, fracture enhancement systems, vision and emotional balancing systems, flight systems, and way more than this to come. So if he just stopped here, I would be more than satisfied and feel so blessed that we could even partake in any of this. Because before we came to the Kesh Foundation, it was more or less a fantasy in a way. We wished it, but we never or didn't think it would actually manifest. But now it is, and I'm very pleased because I've worked to try to bring peace on this planet, but using matter state policies, and that always doesn't work. And there's always a way to short circuit the thing to bring food to people with, or water or power, all these things I've worked at, but in the matter state. But I've been elevating Washington for a long time. One day I'll just throw one of the pictures in there for you to see. And I was using my hand, Jalal, back from the mid 1990s, but it's all good. And now the knowledge we have is far superior than what anything I understood. We're going to work in the.
Be careful. You are trying to pick it up. Maybe it's pick you up.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. You never know when you try something what the actual result will be. And as Mr. Kesh encourages us to do these tests and experiments and run different ways, and nobody really fails in any of this, even though you may not achieve what you set out, you've definitely achieved something, and you may not even notice it, but it's all good. Anyone else would like to come in here? Alex, is there anything else you'd like to convey to us about today? Thank you so much for consistently delivering, and as well as the other teachers like Dr. Gatwa, Jalal, and many others I'm not even familiar with around the planet in China and other countries. And just a simple sharing is enough. As we know, we're all students and we're all teachers. Sometimes we're students and sometimes we're teachers. And all teaching.
Sorry, Mark. The beauty is now every community have they are establishing their own teachers, and that's the beauty.
Yes, and I think sharing is teaching. And that's the way I look at it. Just sharing what you think you understand about this knowledge, even if it's wrong, Mr. Kesh said, we look the other way because we know down the road, you'll come into the right understanding of it. So I need to practice that as well.
So Mark, I just want to say thank you very much to all the knowledge seekers for allowing me to continue making these presentations and for allowing me to actually really enjoy this journey and to share these special moments with all of you. And so on behalf of the North American Corona Team International Team Meeting, I want to thank everybody for attending today and making this wonderful presentation possible. And we're going to try and do this again next week and with a higher energy field, right?
So you stay to the last and you give us the cakes?
I guess. Someone's got to close the door.
I think we'll put a sticker on your system, Alex. I traded this for public transportation. Or yeah. So there's a lot of great things happening, and there's going to be many smiling faces, especially in the medical and the other areas of processing that's going to be going on. So there's many different types of processing, I think, for different, depending on how systems are set for travel or for elevation of the soil. It all comes back to us.
You know, Mark, I would like to do something here.
Oh,
if
sure.
we can, if we can find you know, a measuring device for the opening jaws when they see this flying enhancement unit.
You mean you want to take your camera with you?
I don't think camera will
No, you know,
take the
another
whole-
thing I was
the
thinking
whole
about,
picture.
let's say Alex had one and you had a unit, and if there was emergency, say Ethiopia, for example, and there was a major starvation going on, you would fly down, you'd be like a volunteer fireman. You get a call, you need to go to Ethiopia. Alex brings his system, you bring your system, another person, Randy, brings their system, and you set up around there and divert something. Like I was reading about Yemen, and Mr. Kesh has told us that these oil tankers are going to be abandoned on the high seas and cause a lot of pollution. And this is one of the things. Well, off the coast of Yemen, I was reading there's a tanker that's been there for about 5 or 6 years, and it contains over 1 million barrels of oil. And once, I guess it's on the verge of ready to spill or rust through the holes, and it'll decimate the fishing and I guess a lot of other things in the area. So here's an example of an abandoned tanker, but once the oil is no more needed for the airlines or the cargo ships, there may be many abandoned, and we're going to have some. This technology is not all peaches, and there's going to be other problems it's going to create, as Mr. Kesh has told us.
They did have their time, but they do not listen.
No, but if many tankers are abandoned in the ocean because now there's no value in oil anymore, we need a cleanup of this situation.
Yeah, but he told them since the last ambassador meetings, 2015, he said, the time to come, everything will change. All this oils and electricity and everything. So be prepared and take care about your countries, about your investment and everything, but they don't listen.
They don't listen, and they don't know what they're dealing with, Mr. Kesh said. So, but they're going to start to see little by little, especially if they visit Lynn. So we encourage all the world leaders and the others, and many of them have already booked apparently to be there and to observe. And the
someone need to stay here to clean up.
Well, you'll be one of the cleanup directors.
Yeah, I know. That's why.
But I don't know. You're going to go. You can't. You can take a couple weeks off. You said you got how many days off? You got 5
40.
weeks, 40 days, right? So by that time, you could reach very far into the universe and back just for a small trip, let's say, into the universe. So I think you'll be.
So-
of course, you'll be part of it. Oh,
Jalal is reliving his life as Noah, 40 days and 40 nights.
Yeah, I know. It's a very beautiful number.
yes.
Even I mentioned to Mr. Cash, why 40? There is something in it. Good coincidence. Thank you, Randy.
Very
Remind
good.
me of that.
And we want to thank Mr. Kesh for joining us today and adding field strength to our meeting. We're always smile when we see him here, and hope he's feeling a little bit better, or a lot better than he has been with this tight chest. I don't know what it is. The lung is trying to get rid of something's irritating there, but it's very beautiful just to have you here, Mr. Kesh, and we feel your fields, let's say.
You cannot pull his leg to speak.
I'm not trying to. I'm just thanking him for being here.
You didn't try?
No.
Try
No.
again.
He's a knowledge seeker, as he said. He doesn't always like to be bothered, and opened his mic. He likes
Actually, Jalal trying.
You know what? You know what? The last one who was I am hearing before I go to sleep is his voice. He bring me to sleep.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So what beautiful systems are being gifted to us? Gifted, he says. This knowledge is being gifted to mankind. Because again, it's above our level of understanding. He could wait another 1,000 years for us to try to develop something, but it doesn't really show that strongly. So he's taken the liberty and the beautiful, as he says, when he feels good and calm and feels peace, and nations start, like with the withdrawal from Afghanistan, things start to happen in the background. More systems get released, and they may help us release some of these feeding systems too. If they want to go that way, they'll help the release of the technology. As he said, it's ready to go immediately.
So I would like also to thanks to all of you because you inspired me, and I start to teach. I am about finishing the first stage of my teaching 21st lessons, and I need maybe your help in the future again to inspire me, because I would like to teach only correct knowledge. I do not want to create. I am an artist, I can create, but I'd like to be very correct and teach only to make the transfer of knowledge. Because I'm afraid if I will create, maybe it will not be in a good direction. I can connect myself sometimes with a source, and when I'm teaching, I'm getting knowledge from the source, because sometimes I put small things from my own soul. I'm not a robot just to translate the teaching of Mr. Kesh and Jalal and Mr. Alex. So I am a student, but I never participate on, and I'm so sorry because I am not able to enter on this chat. Maybe someone can help me to do it in the future. Maybe Mr. Mark, I don't know, he can give me some instructions. Jalal called me today, but I was not able to enter. I don't know, maybe I will see only the video. It's okay, like this too.
As
So,
Mr. Kesh said, we only have understood a fraction of this knowledge. So this knowledge is so huge that it will never end, and teaching will never end either. So we're always going to have something new to learn or research or investigate or problems to solve. I think it will be that way. It's not that we are going to arrive maybe until you reach the level of the creator. And even then, the creator obviously has to take care of business too, as we see.
Yeah, we are facing energy crisis and food crisis right now in Europe. In Asia, it's not like this, but it's a lot of speculation in Europe. Speculative people is an ideology.
Yeah.
And we risk to have poor people, energy poor people, food and health poor people. So I think that our technology will give a solution, especially with hydrogen. But I think that our leaders have to be wise enough and ask Iranian government for this solution, nuclear solution.
Well,
I
don't worry, as Mr. Kesh said, if the governments can't deliver food, energy, and medicine, and the Kesh Foundation can deliver food and energy and medicine, you know where the people are going to turn.
Yes, I just I make a report for my general director about hydrogen procedure, nuclear procedure of creating from zero hydrogen, creating the fields and from cosmic ray gamma and so on. And just I read that European Union, at the request of Central and Eastern European country, put as a priority of European Union nuclear energy, considering that this energy it is clean, is green energy. So this is a first step, because after Fukushima in Europe, it was not allowed to use and to invest in nuclear energy.
Yes.
Even in Romania, we will invest in, yeah.
Yeah, they said there's about maybe 300 plants on the schedule to be 2030. Some are going to be finished in 2050. So the governments are quietly in the background moving away from the oil.
Yeah.
And this will just help us to release the technology even faster. So one of the things I wrote down is we never, he said, we don't think of as enemies, as they are there to serve us.
My dream is to fly by car, for example, because I can fly without physicality, but I would like to, I have always a driver because I scare on the traffic. So, but if I will fly, I will not scare. My wish was to be an astronaut when I was, yes. So, and I hope that very soon, flying machine will be everywhere.
Don't forget, you can book your reservations online with the Kesh Foundation to travel to Mars or the moon.
You know what they say in the Kesh Foundation, where the wish come true?
Yes.
So welcome.
Yes. I already traveled to Venus with Adrian from Romania in Astral, and it was Venus. It was what color? Like brick color, orange, but dark orange. You know, brown dark. This color in my mind was it is Mars, but it was not Mars. It was Venus, he said. I was not worried about the name, but
You say
I was
Venus,
happy.
not Venice. You mean Venus? The planet
Yes,
Venus. Okay, I thought you were going to Italy there in Venice.
I study in Venice. Yes. No, is a planet.
Well, your wish to become an astronaut is definitely on the card. So no worries, dear. And I think the foundation has humanity's back. As Mr. Kesh said, they are not going to allow the nursery of souls to be destroyed.
So I'm so happy
yeah,
to be with you, with all of you, because my dream become reality like this.
And you won't even need a spacesuit. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, of course.
You will go naked.
Let's not go that far.
Yeah. Our tour is very important, our tour of our soul, and this tour help us. We fly with the help of our tour of this hash tree, tritium and deuterium. We can make it as Jalal just teach me in delta and gamma state and alpha state, but I think that in gamma and delta is possible to fly at the soul level. And in this way, we create with our own reactor. Hydrogen is in beta, deuterium in alpha, and in gamma is tritium. So
you wasn't the teaching today, no, in the early when we opened the teaching 103.
I came a little bit late.
Okay,
yes,
you missed it.
So I escaped, but I will see tomorrow. And thank you very much, Jalal. I am always impressed by your teaching from the very beginning.
Thank you, my dear. Thanks.
Because I didn't know anything before you came in our teaching in Romania. I couldn't understand, and I was asking if somebody can make an abstract, a briefing of. I do not want to lose my time here. I want to learn something. And you came and you learn us. And you came and you take me to Brazilian and here in North American and with Mr. Kesh teaching. And so I'm so thankful to you.
Are you following me?
Sorry?
Are you following me?
Yes.
Oh my God, that's why when I walk in the street, I think someone watching me from behind. So that was you.
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay. I will walk backward now.
Hassan has put in the chat, aren't we supposed to detach? But this knowledge is the biggest magnet I have ever felt. No way to detach from it. And as Mr. Kesh said, he's infected us, I think, with this knowledge-seeking desire. Let's call it that way. He used a different term. But yes, it's very beautiful.
It is your soul, my dear. It is your soul.
I am in love with all of you, and especially with Mr. Kesh, because he answered to the question of theory of everything. And this is great. It's lovely. I have a good news. I sent for printing 2050 pages of poetry, inspired only from this theory of everything of plasma. And I hope that humanity will understand from my poetry something, because I translated all the universal laws in a small piece of how do you say, of flowers of our soul, of poetry. they will not teach, touch the heart of the people. I hope so. Maybe I need the help of you to see if my project is to translate in English, because I wrote in Romanian, and maybe I will publish in English to be available to all the people, but it's not the same. I wrote with, in classical way, not in white verses. I wrote in with rima, with many artificial instrument, and when you translate, you can do the same. But anyway, if someone can help me to see if the translation is correct when I will finish, I will send to you, because my project is to do it also in English. If I will publish in Romania, it's not so expensive and it's okay. And maybe I will send the gift to all of you, a book like this when it will be published. From the National Day, they said to me that it will be okay, ready. And my gift for the foundation is this, to offer, and foundation can send to everybody. Okay, thank you very much.
Very good. And Shweta from the Universal Council has put in the chat. Thank you very, very much, dear beautiful souls. Lots of love always. Blessings of MAA in the victory of the light. Thank you, Shweta. Lisbeth is going to start a teaching in about 50 minutes, so she has to leave. So the teaching is going on all over the world on a continuous basis. So many people are starting to access this. And as I say, when these processing centers, when these systems are shown, the public is getting hungrier and hungrier by the day for something to solve the situation here. And they're looking, according to the American administration, they're looking for new technologies. Well, all you have to do is join up with the Keshe Foundation. And all the technologies you could ever think of, and some you can't think of, are held here. So thank you all. I want to play the cycle of creation, which is about 17 minutes long. You've all seen it probably before, but we'll go through it again and listen with your soul and the ear of your soul, and you may pick up something that you haven't noticed before in there. So thank you, Alex, Jalal, everyone who participated. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for joining us and adding to the field strength of this meeting. And we're all working together for the one planet, one nation, one race, for world peace and justice. So thank you all. Anyone else want to add anything else that they've been wanting to say? But
just a proposal to make this star formation and put Mr. Keshe in the middle right now for his benefit of.
Thank you, Salomia. Okay, if no one has anything more to add, we'll go through this and then we will play the final disclaimer and then we will close the meeting. And again, we encourage everyone to keep studying the workshops, join up as a private student, and just serve the community that you're in whatever way you can serve, or whatever way your soul leads you to share this knowledge. Sometimes you can share it openly, and sometimes maybe not so openly, in just a small way, and just plant a seed in someone that can start to build. And as we've seen, Mr. Keshe and Rick were the first two. Well, Mr. Keshe was by himself and then joined up with Rick joined up. And it was just Mr. Keshe and Rick for a bit. And then it's grown into 300 million or probably more knowledge seekers who have touched this, been on the website, done some of this work. So it's a beautiful growing process and we're all part of it. So thank you very much for joining us today and have a wonderful evening or rest of your day. Thank you.
The process of understanding is very simple. The process is, as I explained last time, I explained more in detail. We are created out of the rays within the center of the universe. In interaction and reduction in strength and division by the strength in certain strength fields, in collection of the totality of the expansion of the universe, some energies, some dynamic fields have come together. Over billions of years, these fields lead to the creation of what we call the sun. Where the plasma gathers together. The same process repeats again because the sun is the same as the energy center of the universe. Now, the heavier, the larger amount of the energy which is collected in this span of the universe, we call the sun, that it radiates out, does the same thing again. Radiates its fields out, and in interaction with the itself, with the fields of itself, leads to creation of planet. In that process of the creation of planet, the same process happens again. In the interaction of the fields of the earth with its environment and cooling and exchange with the strength of the other things in the environment of the space of the solar system, leads to creation of man, cell, matter state. And that itself, in coming together and slowing down in such certain ways, as we call, leads to another sun. We call the soul of the man. This is the truth about the life and creation of the man. But if the soul of the man can understand and absorb and be correct with his conduct, he can become the strength of the fields and carry the strength of the field of the planet which came to his creation. And if the soul can understand with the same process, can interact, can be correct, can absorb with itself the totality of the strength of what it needs, he shall become the sun. And then the same soul has the energy that it can absorb within the solar system, within the galaxy, shall become the center of the universe. This happens on Earth. We call it the rain. Come from, goes back to. In the solar system, we call it planetary system. We come from the rays, we become the planet, and go back to the mother. The same thing happens with the galaxies, with the solar systems, which they get absorbed back in and chewed up back into the universe. The life, the process of existence in the universe is the same. It doesn't matter on what exchange or what extent. So, what is the man fighting for? Why do we fight for something which has come from the point of the creation, and in the process it goes back to the creation? The soul of the man as the energy of the earth gives the face of the man, the face of the earth, and that process is the same for the soul of the man. Our soul, in reduction in strength, in interaction with the emotion of the field of the environment, leads to manifestation of the existence of the man. But once it's completed, does it need the face? Or can it be and becomes free from it, what we call the soul of the man, to be free and detached from its existence? Our soul is part of the process of the creation. The key to one question, who man shall be in the future, to be answered. As we saw, the sun became the earth, and as we saw, the earth became the man's soul. What will be the destiny of the soul of the man now becomes free at the point of departure from physicality. Would it become the sun for creation of another life, or many lives, or correction of lives? This shall be, and this is how it happens. When you create a soul which is not correct, which is misconduct by itself, cannot give, you lead to the creation of this next cycle of creation, which has started the wrong way, the wrong strength. This is one thing the man has never understood. You become the creator of another universe, another cycle. And this is what you have to judge within the structure of the soul of the man. What would I like that cycle to be? In the physical life, we create children. In the dimension of the life of the soul of the man, what that man, what that soul will create. If man has thought up to now, that's it, my end, my point, when I die is finished, there's as much fallacy that when the sun is destroyed in any shape or form, there shall be nothing left. But we know the part of the sun becomes part of the galaxy and becomes part of new life. So shall be the soul of the man. The judgment of the man has to be according to what he sees the future his soul can conduct to be. The day of judgment is for the man, not in front of the Creator. That what my soul judges to be and what shall create. Man never understood and shall never understand till can solve this dilemma within itself. The reality is very, very, very real. And that is, as we've seen, the energy of the galaxy becomes the sun, the energy of the sun has become the earth, and the energy of the earth has become the soul of the man. So shall be the soul of the man, which is the energy itself, another cycle of life. How can you change when you don't understand? How can you change the process of understanding if you do not understand the process of the creation? Do we need to extend the understanding of the man that what is the future he brings? We care about our children, what education they get, what they wear, how happy they'll be, where they sleep. Now the man has to be careful and consider, what life shall my soul create? Because those are the children of your soul. As we see, the rays of the sun has become a planet and 7 million children. 7 billion unlimited, which is growing. So the soul of the man will go through the same process. How many billions and subdivisions and sub-matter state of the physicality of the man your soul shall create? Would it be the soul of wars and conflict and ever killing? Or would it be the soul of this, let's say, solar system, which is peaceful? This is the truth and the reality about the soul of the man. First of all, as I said many times recently, we never understood that the soul of the man is within the structure of the man. And now that we understood, we understand on departure from the physicality of the man, the same process will carry on as it did for a star, a planet. And the soul of the man becomes another energy source, a higher order, which itself leads to the creation. It becomes the star, it becomes the center of the new cycle of creation. This is what the human race has to understand. The cycle actually starts at the point of death and not finishes at the point of death. In so many ways, if one understands, is as the dusts, specks of dust came together to make the earth in the solar system, so has the specks of the atoms has come to be the creator of man. And the essence of the creation of the specks of dust on the solar system has led to the creation of the man, so shall be the fields from the soul of the man, which lead to creation of another cycle of life. What kind of life man would like to have to be created by his soul? This is the day of judgment. This is what man never understood. Now you have to understand. You have no choice. Up to today you were not aware of it. From today you are aware of it. You are responsible for it. Your conduct has to be to elevate your soul. That in elevating the soul, what you become the creator of stands correct in the conduct of the citizens. We don't give fairy tale. This is the truth. As you've seen, the process does not stop with one sun. The cycle carries on. It's very interesting in how humanity, now knowing the fact, will handle the fact. It'll take decades for man to understand, and then you understand those who become the tools of war, the tools of conflict. They have less, they have nothing to start with. They have to become the dust in the solar systems of the others till the day they learn more, as they cannot create a new cycle through their own soul. This is the elevation of the soul of the man. To be part of the creation of a beautiful life for the next cycle. When you don't have it, you have to become another cell in the body of the structure of the bigger, for you to be just there that you can run where you could have been the soul of the man. They say, do not create fear. I give you the point of love for creation. If you cared about your children on this planet to have the best, your true children come out of your own soul in the coming time. How would you like to educate them? How would you like to be when you are in conflict with yourself and the cause of so much mayhem? This is the truth, and the man will take a long time to understand, as now that we understand the soul of the man is an operator for the creation of the future extent of the life of the man. Whatever is gathered by the soul at the end becomes his point of reference of his own creation, of his own dimension. But the strangest thing is, what he creates from his soul shall become the creator of the other souls. This is the beauty about the creation, and one understands it, understands no limitation. Any questions?
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.